formed Indian Music Therapy Association in India, besides being the president of the NADA Center for Music Therapy. Since the year 2006, he is the pioneer to conduct a popular course in music therapy through distance learning, and hundreds of his students have been graduated since then in this new but challenging discipline of sound healing and serving humanity as full-fledged music therapists in India and abroad. Dr. Saram is a prolific writer and international author. He has designed, edited, and compiled two significant dictionaries to the emerging world of alternative medicines: Penguin Dictionary of Alternative Medicine and Dictionary of Music Therapy. Besides, he has also authored 4 research volumes of home remedies for penguin, which with the scientific rediscovery of age-old herbal remedies of India. His monumental and path-breaking work on Indian music therapy during the last 3 decades has also made a dent toward the rediscovery of therapeutic values of the raga system, which were hitherto neglected and was used for catering only to films and sagas, just for entertaining the public. His book titled What is Music, Raga Therapy, Medicinal Music, Soft Music Therapy, Separate and Profane Music Therapy Digest, apart from the very first dictionary on music therapy, which emphasis on the Indian raga therapy, now forms an essential reference for the ongoing research by scholars and students. Over the last 2 decades, he has been writing regularly on music and music therapy in many reputed magazines in India. So far, he has over 400 such articles published to his credit, which are currently listed in the official website of NADA Center for Music Therapy. Dr. Saram has also attended many conferences and workshops around the globe, hosted by Indians and foreign universities, and also professional bodies like American Music Therapy Association, World Federation of Music Therapy, Indian Music Therapy Association, to present his original papers on Indian music therapy, illustrating his innovative and pioneering concepts such as self-music therapy, Raga therapy, Nada Anusandhana, Chakasana, Swarasthana practicals. These are increasingly becoming popular in the global development of music therapy. Under his leadership, Indian Music Therapy Association could reach the music therapy level globally through dozens of Google webinars during the lockdown period, especially conceived to address general people suffering from anxiety and depression with simple music tips to ingest music in their daily life and see for themselves how their mood changes with strains in music. Welcome, sir. So, sir will be giving his keynote talk entitled The Advantages of Raga Chikitsa to Indian Music Therapy. Thank you.
Dr. Sairam. Dr. Sairam, your voice is not audible.
Now is it fine now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Actually, this is the post-lunch session. So I thought this subject will go well with the pudding session, they call it, because after the lunch, to sit and listen to some speaker itself is a punishment. So I will try to put some one or between, so that one feels comfortable to sleep, one can sleep or one can wake up, whichever way you want to react, you can react to music. So thank you very much. I must first of all thank to this organizers FRSM for giving such a wonderful platform for the very humble work we are doing in a corner of India without any sort of support from anyone. So we consider this FRSM as a very big support, and we are sincerely grateful for them to give this platform to exchange our understanding and very humble views with you all. And I dedicate this presentation today to millions of people in India who believe in music as the ulterior therapeutic tool even today. And especially today, because of so many problems surrounding us, it's not only a physical problem, but the mental problem. And both these problems, psychosomatic problems, can be addressed very efficiently by music. And what sort of music is raga? Raga is something out of the world. Why? I'm not Indian because I am saying that. Even many of my friends from the West agree with me, rather, they support me in this cause. Why? Because the structure of raga itself has an advantage. There is a template for raga, there is a template for tala. Tala is a rhythmic cycle. And there is a template for bhava, that is the emotion. I don't find anywhere any philosopher has defined emotions and has categorized in any literature around the world. Only in India, this sort of adventure was carried out in Natya Shastra by Bharat Muni. So I will be explaining all those today. And before that, if it is suffice if I say that the Raga Chikitsa is an offshoot of a very ancient culture that combines both art and science of music. It's a deep spiritual listening and sounding, as you may find in Nad Yoga, and also Vedic understanding. Then Natya Shastra's tenets. Natya Shastra is 800 BC. They are rating it. It's the oldest ancient Sanskrit text on dramaturgy. Then you have Sangeet Ratnakara of 13th century AD. So all these things have paved way for the growth of a concept called music therapy in the West. This is called Raga Chikitsa. This was invented around, I can safely say, about 600 years, 700 years back. So the concept of raga as chikitsa, as therapy, was considered and was handled, and even books were written, treatises were written in Sanskrit on this. So next slide. Now coming to this Nad Yoga, when we talk of Nada, there is a belief, tremendous belief is there, belief-based system, that the entire cosmos is made of pulsation, from subtle silence to the coarse noise. All are there in this cosmos. And even today's physics somewhere lead to that, after the so-called Big Bang theory, that the sort of vibration or pulsation that goes on and on and on and on endlessly has created the whole universe. That is what even the scientists tend to agree with, this ancient concept of Indians. Then coming to Nad Yoga, it's a sound practice. Nad Yoga is nothing but a sound practice. It's a metaphysical system, a medicine, a philosophy, and a branch of yoga. Now coming to this pulsation aspect, pulsation of nada, there is a lot of theorization on that, because it is not just physics. In physics, the sound is taken as a series of compression and rarefaction. But in Nada Yoga, in addition to this concept of physics, there is a metaphysical concept that goes to show that even silence, the so-called silence, has got pulsation or vibration, very much like noise. To understand that, one has to tone up your mechanism, your ears. Your ears should be able to perceive to those pulsations which are within you, and apparently they are silent, but they have their own formations of sound. So this is what the practice of Nadi Yoga. And we go to the next slide. Yes, when you come to this 5,000-year-old, 3,000-year-old template, we come across that it is conceived or designed for positive emotions, for increasing the positivity or the outlook of people. So, like Indian philosophy, which is based on positivism, absolute positivism, unlike any other philosophy. And the same way, this template of Nati Shastras, it's a template, we all know it's a preset format because there are many engineers out there, many biochemists here, computing, mechanics, constructions, and all those places you are having the template. And this template is something like a template for music, for the raga music. And the template is not just a beaten track that you've got a template and then go on sort of replicate and die with that. It's not that. This template paves way for more explorations, more innovations, and more creativity. And that's how for 3,000 years you are finding Indian music even alive today also. It is not vanished. Then the templates part, when we say there are 3 templates, bhava is emotion. That means even for an emotion, there are certain rules, regulations, prescriptions, categorizations, classifications have been done. And that these are all done 3,000 years back. And still they are available in the form of written texts and treatises. And that is the beauty of the Indian wisdom. Then you have raga, melodic framework, and tala, time cycle. Next. Now we come to yes, as I was telling, emotion is also categorized in India. There are 3 categories which have been worked out: how people emote and how the people respond to the feelings through reaction. The second one, in this case, in the slide, I take it as the first one because that's more important. When sage Patanjali, the compiler of Yoga Shastra, when he said the emotional experience originates within. Dukh means sad feelings. So they all originate within, he says. That is the greatest understanding. That means the responsibility goes to the self, goes to the person who is emoting, and not to his surroundings, not to his situations. But you find that the human beings, particularly the politicians, they always assign responsibility on the other, and they become victims. So this sort of things have been going on and on, in spite of the fact that it is very clear that it's because you are responding or you are reacting that you are having an emotional experience, and it is not because of what is happening around. So that is the sort of mental status which has been long felt and long understood. And on that basis only the whole yoga system is constructed. Now, when you take these three categories of bhava, Sthai bhava is actually the stable emotional category. And then you have Sanchari bhava, which is also called Vyabhichari, and it's fleeting feelings. It is crossing feelings, fleeting. The feelings are just moving around. Then Sattvika bhava is the natural. It's a natural and involuntary emotion. So like that, they have classified. And then in turn, you find that Sthai is divided into 8 stable emotions. I am not going for the details. Sanchari, 33 crossing feelings. So they have been minutely observed that how human beings emote, and they were classified so systematically in this template. Next, please. So this raga template, the example was the Bhairavi Rag, Varnam. In Carnatic music, Varnam works as a very highly elaborate template because it takes into consideration all the nuances involved in the body of the raga. That is, even the oscillations of swaras, which they call gamaka, is also taken into consideration and put very consciously in this template, so that the moment a student practices a varnam, then he becomes an authority on that particular rag, because he can go anywhere in any corner of the rag and he can explore, he can innovate, he can invent even certain new possibilities which are not there earlier. So this is how one can develop, that's the idea. And the most important thing in Indian music is Shruti concept. Shruti is smallest of the sound frequencies and which are audible to human beings. So there are people who have divided that octave into 96 up to 96 Shruti. So there is an elaborate method in which people have gone to distinguish. Whereas in Western music, we all know in the piano music, in an octave, you have 12 semitones. But in the Eastern music, in Indian music, it can be 22, it can be 33, it can be 44, it can be 96. Up to that, it depends on how an individual is able to tone his hearing capacity through practice of yoga. Next. Exactly, this is a template of rhythmic cycle, because there is a lot of misconception about the meaning of thala. And many people call thala as meters. It's like comparable to Western music, meters in Western music. But actually, thala is not meter. Maybe you can call it a metric cycle as given here. It's a rhythmic cycle, and it has actually no precise counterpart in Western music. I don't find anything precisely a counterpart for this type of rhythmic cycle. And these talas have been 108 types. Oh my goodness, one's life is not enough to learn these 108 talas, but some people have attempted that. Although very few talas are actually used in Indian music, not all of them are used because many of them are not at all used. So we have from 3 beats to 128 beats measuring in musical time. And we call marga. Marga means the basic 5 talas which is supposed to have originated from Shiva's 5 faces. And then Desi are the remaining 103 varieties of talas. They are called Desi talas. So their very elaborate classification is there. One's life is not enough to learn them and to see that they are practiced. It's an ocean. Even ragas itself is an ocean, because with these 72 melakartas, there are possibility, so many possibilities of talas, varieties of talas one can compute. Maybe with a computer, people have done it, and we're running into thousands and thousands and thousands of talas, and still those talas, ragas, those ragas are not considered as ragas, because raga ranjayati iti raga is the concept of Natya Shastra. Unless it is pleasant to listen to, because the human-centric, the music itself is human-centric. Indian music is not machine-oriented. There is no 440 hertz in A above middle C to be fixed. There is no fixation. It is only fixed to your comfort of your throat, your voice. So it's a voice-based music, means it's highly human-based, highly natural, and just intonation. And that's how, this is more humanistic. So as a therapy also, Indian music, when you are using the raga chikitsa, the ragas you are using, you are very close to the human soul. You are very close, because it is not something objectively you are using subjectively, because music is a subjective experience, not an objective experience. It is a subjectively it is felt, and that is the difference between Indian music and Western music. Western music is made for an objective performance, and you need notations. You need to see that the big organized orchestration is there. So many people, even more than 100 pieces of orchestras I have come across. But in India, only one person can have his own music. He doesn't have to go for a big orchestra. He can be simple and humble and not only enjoying music, evolving through the music. That possibility is there in Indian music, because it's highly personal. Right from the heart, you are listening to your heart. So the next slide.
taka jam kading kita taka dit taka jam kading kita taka ta dit taka jam kading kita taka ta dit taka jam kading kita taka dit taka jam kading kita taka ta dit taka jam kading kita taka dit taka jam kading kita taka ta dit taka jam taka dit taka jam taka jam kari tajjana jana tajjonu jonu tajjini jini tajkita kita kata ding ding na tom tajjing ding na tom takadiko kedal karirdom takadiko kedal karirdom takadiko kedal karirdom ta ding ding na tom tajjing ding na tom takadiko kedal karirdom takadiko kedal karirdom takadiko kedal karirdom ta ding ding na tom tak ding ding na tom takadiko kedal karirdom takadiko kedal karirdom takadiko kedal karirdom tam.
Before concluding my talk,
Yes, this I have to say before concluding my talk. Very important thing, because the cyclic nature of rhythms, how is it going to be therapeutically useful to people? And it was found that by the volunteers of the Nada Center for Music Therapy, we have been working on this for the last about 15 years, about 100 people roughly, all volunteers, not paid staff. So we found that these cyclic rhythms help in reducing the boredom in repetitive work. If any cyclic rhythm is being used, when you are doing a repetitive work, maybe you are studying, okay? You may be studying repeatedly, you are studying. Then a cyclic rhythm helps you. And similarly, if you are walking also, the cyclic rhythm helps you. Even when you are walking, while you are walking, because there is a background music, they call it, in the background. Somewhere some music is going on. And that is good because it's giving pleasantness to your mind. Because what doesn't give all the time pleasantness? It gives tiredness. So to withstand the tiredness, you all know that in military, there is a music, the man who marches. The men who march. And then with the music, they don't find the fatigue. So this material, this cyclic rhythm is very essential for overcoming your tiredness, fatigue, and then, to go ahead, to plan ahead, because it is repetitive in nature and it helps you sort of, coming back to you. You know that it's not getting out of you, it is again coming back like that. So that's sort of what I call the understanding is there about these cyclic rhythms. And these syllables you have seen that it can be by sheer permutation and combination, you can make out any number of musical rhythms. The sky is the only limit. Then what is something important about this Indian raga system? The most important, what I understand, is it is just not a material understanding, but it is also a metaphysical understanding. When you try to understand Indian music, you have seen that the range of it, from the microtonal level, you are taking it up, and then it's called miracle of microtones, because you are using those subtle shrutis, semitones, quarter tones. You are using them. So what happens is that you are, and then with gamaka is an oscillation of those tones you are using, semitones you are using. So the oscillation, even in higher frequencies, you may find the expert singers oscillate, bring gamaka in the very high frequencies. something like 8,000 hertz, you are having an oscillation. Oh my God, that can happen. It's because of sheer practice. And when it happens, what happens inside your mind? It reaches the higher levels of your consciousness. They call it chakras and all that. So the chakras, 7 chakras, the topmost chakras, 6 chakras, 7 chakras, addressed with those beautiful experience, you are evolving inside you. You are getting into a lighter being than what you are. I will not just call it music therapy. It's a very bad name. You are able to evolve. It's not just a therapy. You got a headache and you listen to something and perhaps you got more headache. I don't know. But that is not the concern here. It is the concern is how a human potential can be multiplied with the sheer help of sound. That is the beauty of this whole system. Next. Now we have to summarize, and Bhava Pradhana means that importance is given to Bhava. That's why, when we have these 3 templates, the first one only talks about Bhava. Natya Shastra gives importance. First, number 1, first is Bhava. And I recall William Wordsworth, my favorite English poet. He said, emotion is recollected in tranquility, and that he calls art or music. Without emotion, can there be a music? Without emotion, can there be an art form? Not at all. Emotion is the substratum on which you develop an art form. You evolve an art form. So Bhava Pradhana is something very important, and it is templated in Indian culture and Indian music culture particularly. Then when we talk about this, the 12 piano-based semitones in an equal temperament scale, it is very unfortunate that I have come across certain controversies on them. That the equal temperament scale, because you are fixing 440 hertz in A above middle C. And then you work out an equal distribution of the frequencies of the octave. So that is a system. So with that system, there are certain psychologists who have expressed fear that that system tries to control the expansive mind into a controlled being. Fortunately or unfortunately, that system is not prevalent in Indian raga music because it is voice-based. The comfort of your voice is taken into consideration because the female voice is different B or something, then you have male voice in C and D, so you can sort of adjust your pitch and you can develop your singing. And not only that, as I pointed out, this is not just a therapeutic intervention. Raga Chikitsa is not just therapeutic intervention. It is to transcend you from lower plane of consciousness to a higher plane of consciousness. It is to bring in lightness in your life. It is to transcend from grossness to subtle areas of your being, from matter to energy, from mind to consciousness. and also incidentally from illness to wellness. Thank you very much for your patience listening to me. And I once again thank every one of you here for your being with me, and also Dr. Anupam Vishwas, who has taken so much interest in this talk, and Dr. Naresh. Then you have this Dr. Tolendro Singh. All of them, Dr. Naresh Babu, all of you have helped me a lot, and I thank you one and all. God bless everybody. Enjoy music. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Any
Any
queries?
questions I can answer, I can
Any
make
doubt
an
that you want to share? Participants, any queries?
Okay, I have one query. So you talked about Shrutis. So I just wanted to know what is the relevance. Nowadays we only talk about this Sargam, Sare, Gama, Pada, Nisha, 7 notes only. So what is the relevance of Shrutis? We much not hear about the Shrutis while we learn Indian classical music nowadays.
No, actually, to arrive at an octave, you have a choice of 12 semitones in piano. Then you can select out of them 7 semitones, which you call them tones, and you use them in your music. And similarly, in the Indian music, 22 shrutis can contribute towards evolving 7 selected tones to get into that particular octave, because octave is the same. So the choice is more. That is in this Varnam, when you listen to that, you had so much of gamakas, because gamakas also try to sort of intervene the oscillation of frequencies. So that gives flexibility to the mind, and the flexibility is very important in these days, because one has to be flexible. Being strong is not enough, because if you are strong, you may be broken. But if you are flexible, you survive. That's what Lao said, the Chinese philosophers said. So that is true music, Indian music, because that is why you find when people listen to Carnatic music, they will sometimes say, nod their heads like this, like this, like you might have found it is very funny to see how people react to Carnatic music. So why I'm telling you this, because it's unknowingly your head is rolling, and your hand, they have hasta astakshara, they call it. With the hand, they put the tal, that 16 tal, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like that, they start doing for Adi tal or Teen tal. So this aspect is also certain. Sort of on one side, you have a rigid thala system. It's a rigid thala system. On the other hand, you have a flexible raga system. So now they both the poles are meeting together to bring out Sangeet. Sangeet means it's bringing down certain equanimity or balancing the two ends. And that's how your mind also gets balanced, because inner struggle in the mind gets balanced by listening to music and music and music.
Thank you.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Sir, what are your views on the instrumental tonality for like analyzing
Oh,
trying
echo is coming. Echo.
Echo is there.
Sorry, echo is coming. I'm not able to hear. So much echo.
Hello? Now?
I think two device from two device you are using or single device.
Sir, single device.
Now it's okay. Better. Now you can ask.
Now you can ask.
Sir, what are your views on instrumental tonality for raga based
What's the
analysis?
It's like music for me, not like question.
You can type even. We can.
I
We
can
can
think
ask.
back. My answer will be a song.
Just write down in the chat.
Got it. Sir, what are your views on instrumental? Then it went away. What was the question?
What are your views on instrumental
Yeah, I got it.
tonality?
What are your
Raga.
views on instrumental tonality for raga based chikitsa? Oh, wonderful question. It's a wonderful question. Because what sort of varieties of instruments you have, from the very base to very, very subtle instruments are there in Indian music. On one side, you have bheri. You must have seen huge drums. They were used in olden times to communicate, the signaling people that some enemy's army is coming. So they used to use that bheri. And it will go for something like 40, 50 kilometers or miles in those days.
Yeah.
That is one instrument. Then you have instruments, very refined instruments, stringed instruments. They are refined of all the instruments. Why? Because there is a certain sort of pressure there when the metal sort of oscillates. Certain catch is there. And then you can tune it to a frequency which is 8,000 hertz, as done by Mozart. It's a healthy frequency. And in that frequency, what happens, I've experienced that it touches your forehead. If you concentrate on those metallic high frequency sounds, it touches your forehead. And there is some transmission, that energy transmission takes place. That you have to be at yourself, actually, not in a crowded area and all. You have to be all alone and not without any disturbance. You have to close your eyes and then you have to enjoy such music. So the thing is that instrumental tonality counts a lot, because from very base, sort of, even bass, it has got tremendous impact on you. And bass, as they are called bass, the base of your body is affected. That you must have wondered if you go for very high drum orchestra and pop music, somewhere you go, and then you find certain drums, boom, boom, boom. That boom actually affects the lower part of your body. That is the tonality which happens. Then, as the tone gets refined and going to a pitch which is little higher and higher and higher, and when it reaches the highest pitch, like they put in an octave, normally they put nishad as the highest pitch. Sarigamapadani. So there, when you reach, and when you sort of oscillate in that place, like gamaka oscillation, if you could do that, then you have tremendous sort of pulsation in your own system. It pulsates. Your body sort of reacts to that. So that is a wonderful experience, and it needs a little bit more time and a little bit more patience to go through all that. And in these days of noise pollution and all that, it's very difficult, but nevertheless, nothing is impossible. Everything is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Wonderful session. Now we'll be moving on to the technical session. We have Dr. Pata Pakre will be handling the technical session. Session chair Sangamitra Mohanty and Professor B.K. Roy, NIT Silchar. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dolendra sir. So I can start that next session. So good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee of FRSM 2020, I heartily welcome Professor Sangamitra Mohanty Madam and Professor Binoy Krishna Roy sir, who are the session chairs for the technical session, for this first technical session. Professor Sangamitra Mohanty is the former president of Odisha Vigyan Academic under Department of Science and Technology, Government of Odisha, the former professor and head in the Computer Science Department at Utkal University, and former Vice Chancellor of North Odisha University. Our fields of research are artificial intelligence, speech processing, image processing, natural language processing. He is also our keynote speaker for this conference. I welcome you, madam, for this session. And Professor B.K. Roy is a professor of Electrical Engineering Department at NIT Silchar, and his research interest in the domain of control system, image processing, biomedical, and he is also guided 11 PhD students, and he is also guiding 4 PhD students in the various domains. I welcome you, sir, for this session. Myself, Dr. Partho Pakre, a faculty of Computer Science Engineering Department at NIT Silchar. I am the coordinator of this session. I welcome and congratulate all the researchers whose paper has been accepted for presentation in FRSM 2020. I also giving a very welcome to all other present here. I hope the session will be very informative to all of you. So I can start this session for the first session in the FRSM. Thank you. So madam, you can continue.
Thank you, Dr. Pakre. I just welcome all of you, including Professor Roy, to this technical session. I hope all of the participants must be present, because how many of them are present or registered, I'm not aware to. So I will be calling them one after another according to the requirement of the sequence of the paper number. So they have to present their paper as per the rules for 5 to 7 minutes. Then we will keep some 3 to 5 minutes for question answer session, and then we will move to the next person. And this paper presentation is having evaluation, so simultaneously we will be evaluating it also. And I hope Professor Roy will also be having the evaluation sheet with him, and we will be going there in a way. So before we call the participants, I like to request Professor Roy to speak a few lines.
Yes.
Yeah. Very good afternoon, Dr. Pakre and Madam Mohanty, and I welcome all the authors who will be presenting here. What I request, it will be beneficial for us to run the whole show if you all, those who are supposed to present, if you are present here, if you can just write on the chat box with your paper ID and who will present, name of the presenter as well as your paper ID. We have got 9 papers here. So out of 9 papers, if all of you are present, then possibly we will do the time management the way ma'am has said. If number of presenters is little less, then possibly ma'am will allow little more time to all of you. Am I correct, ma'am?
Yes. I think
So
we will
see paper Paper ID 31, Himadri Mukherjee is present. Paper ID 51, yes, Akash Modok is present. Yes, Pranjala Shukla 61, paper ID 39. Okay, so we have 31, we have 51, we have 61, we have 39, we have 35, we have 33. Anyone else who are present here? So
Since presently there are 6 participants, the paper,
yeah,
the paper. So we can call 31 since
Yeah.
Himadri
Himadri Mukherjee.
Mukherjee. You can present it 5 to 7 minutes, then we'll keep it for a question answering session, and we'll see what happens. Let's go to 33.
Yes.
Yes, Himadri, I will show you the clock also. So the stop also, I will show you the clock before
Okay,
like
sir.
just 1 or 2 minutes. Okay.
Partho,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
my experience is if
Yes, sir. Please.
they are
Sir,
involved
should I
in the
start?
presentation, they may not listen to that. So it will be nice, if you just say 1 minute left, 2 minutes left, right? That
Yes,
will be
that will consider. That will, of course, that will consider.
sure. Okay. So
Okay, Himadri, you can start presenting. You can share your slide.
So my slides are visible, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon to all, especially to Madam. Since I had started my PhD work, your papers were the first which I read, and today it is like a circle for me that I am getting to present in front of you.
Oh. Thank you.
So my work is based on an artificial intelligence based approach for segmentation of folk songs. I am from West Bengal State University, and we work in a research team called TISA, which stands for Text, Image, and Signal Analysis Group. So, what are folk songs? Folk songs are basically song of the people, which are passed on from generation to generation verbally. And it is seen that as it passes from one generation to another, it gets refined. There are various kind of things which gets added. Some kinds of things get lost. But most importantly, what it shows the culture and the wide variety of how the people think, how they perceive. So this is very close to what people think, and this is very important to be preserved, to uphold the culture of our country. And India is very rich in terms of culture, and so we feel that we need a system which can like segregate and separate folk songs based on their types, because if there is somebody who doesn't have proper knowledge about folk songs, we like to hear a lot of folk songs, but we do not essentially know like this is the type of one folk song, this is another. So a system which can segregate folk song based on their type can be very useful. So some aspects of folk song are the background melody. Like most of the time there is a single instrument which is played in a continuous rhythm to hold on to fill up the melody rather. There are lyrics of disparate forms. Some of them like ask questions. In some of them there are two vocals who sing one, and that is answered by the second vocal, and then the first vocal again sings. There are extended instrumental sections which we often see. There are vocal improvisation where there is no lyric and only the singer is singing sargams and everything. And there are repetitions, which is very common in most of the folk songs. So this is how we have worked. We have taken the folk song, we have framed and windowed it, followed by extraction of LPC-based features. Then we use ensemble learning-based classification to identify the folk region. So here is our data set. We had considered these 5 folk song types, which are Hawaiya, Baul, Jhumur, Bhatiyali, and Kirtan from Bengal. These are some of the most popular songs, most popular folk types. And from these, we had generated data sets like this, as these are the clip lengths, like 0.5 second clip lengths, 1 second clip length, up to 10 second clip lengths we had gone. And these are the total number of clips. So one of the things we observed is in many songs they were recorded in outdoor conditions, so there was noise. We got some of the songs in studio conditions, but again there were songs from various genres which were sung by the same singer. So this was challenging. One more challenging thing was there were many songs which had similar type of background music and similar type of instrumentation, not to mention the scale as well. So these were very tricky to handle. So we had framed the audio signals in overlapping mode with a 256 sample point frames, and an overlapping frame is shown here where the ending points of the first frame and the starting points of the second frame coincide in order to ensure a continuity. This was followed by windowing because it is required, because the starting and ending points at times they just do not overlap and these show up as spectral leakage. And since we are performing frequency-based analysis, so these come up as spectral leakage, and these are a problem. We had used Hamming window for this. We had experimented other windows, Hamming we had done, Blackman we had done, but Hamming was giving us the best results. So thereafter, we had extracted the LPCC-based features, which is derived from LPC features. Like we had got an audio, which was divided into n frames, and from there we had got these many coefficients for the first frequency range. Thereafter, these many coefficients for the second frequency range, and thereafter mth coefficients for the n frames. Now, what in real world, what we see is audio clips are of disparate lengths, and since we are dividing the audio clips into frames of fixed length, so we would get frames of this. We get disparate numbered frames, and since we are extracting features in the frame level, so we would get frame features of disparate dimensions. To cope up with this, we had proposed the grading and standard deviation metric. What we did is we took the first frequency band and took the sum of the energies. Likewise, we took the second frequency band and took the sum of the energies, and for all the bands we had taken. And then we had graded this band based on the highest energy. We wanted to see like in which region the highest energy was there, like in which region the highest energy was concentrated. And similarly, we had calculated the standard deviation values for each of the bands, and these two metrics were used as features. We had extracted 10, 20, and 30 dimensional LPCC features, and for the 10 dimensional one, we got 10 grade values and 10 standard deviation values. So this feature is independent of the clip length. So this is a representation of the best performing feature, which is the 30 dimensional feature. And these are the representation for the 5 genres. So here are the features. The F1 denotes the grade feature values, F2 denotes the standard deviation feature values, and we made F3 by combining grade and standard deviation feature values. So F1 and F2, each of them had 10, 20, and 30 dimensional features, and F3 was composed by mixing F1 and F2, so those are 20, 40, and 60. And thereafter, we had used ensemble learning based classification. We had used random forest for that one. So here are the results. As we can see, for the F1 based feature, we got best result for D2, which is the 1 second long clips. Using the F2 feature, we got the highest result for the 30 dimensional features for D9, which is the 9 second, 8 second long clips. And on combining F1 and F2, we got the best result in our experiments for the 20 dimensional features. That is the 20 plus 20, that is 40 dimensional actually. So this is 99.69 for the 1 second long clips. Thereafter we tuned the classifier, and here is the interclass confusion for the default settings. As we can see that Bhavaiya, some of the Bhatiyali songs were mixed with as Bhavaiya. We had gone through them and we found that there were many songs there were extended musical instrumental sections which were very much common with those of the Bhavaiya. So thereafter we valid the cross-fold validation. Initially it was 5-fold cross validation, and we found a higher result for 9-fold cross validation. And here is the confusion metric for that. If we can see that for the Bhatiyali one, the classification improved slightly, and thereafter we took the 9-fold cross validation and varied the training iterations. And initially it was 100 training iterations, and then when we went to 300, we got a better result. So here is the final confusion matrix for the 300 training iteration and 9-fold cross validation. We can see that the Bhatiyali song classification of the Bhatiyali songs increased significantly as compared to the initial setup. And for the rest, also if we can see for the Kirtan also 2 more instances were classified correctly, and so was for Jhumur. However, for Bhavaiya and Baul, those were same. And Bhavaiya was also classified with 100% accuracy. So these are the performance of some other classifiers which we use, which is the multi-layer perceptron and support vector machine, which are very popular in terms of machine learning. We had used BaseNet, name-based, RBF function, radial basis network, simple logistic, and LIV linear. And there also we have found that random forest performed better. MLP was very close, but MLP took a lot more time. So if we want to deploy it in real world, then random forest is better. And moreover, random forest has the option of parallel classification, as the different trees could be trained parallelly and with the parallel architectures available today. So this is very much useful. So in future, we would like to experiment with a larger data set and also include other folk genres, not only of Bengal, but also of other regions of India. We also want to collect data because data collection is very difficult. And there is no single place where we can find all the folk songs. If we can build up a repository, this would be very helpful. This can help to show our culture and we can uphold it as well. And we also want to experiment with other acoustic features and classifiers, and also use deep learning for both classification and feature extraction as well. So these are our reference. And any questions?
Okay. If anyone is having any question, you can.
Ma'am, should I stop the screen share?
Yeah, if you can stop
Yes.
if image is happening. Hello.
Yeah.
Any question?
From the audience side, any question? Yes.
Yeah, thanks for your talk. Yeah, can you hear me and see me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks so much for your talk. I'd like to ask, what musical features did the systems learn? For example, these different folk genres you mentioned. So did you have any idea what the LPCC actually learned? And was there any dependence on the segment durations, like 0.5 until 10 seconds? So you made something of the duration, but like what is the kind of minimum window that captures this musical information? Right?
Yeah, till 0.5 second was giving lower, as you have seen in the result section. If we went beyond 1 second in the lower side, we saw a accuracy drop for the 0.5 second one, and for the 2 second, 3 second one, there was a slight difference. But one thing to be seen is that for the 1 second one, that is slightly a click like this, but from that one only it can identify that it is from which genre. And we had seen that the grade values for the different genres, the energy concentration is different because there is the tonality and the prosody. The prosody is very important for the folk songs. And we saw that for the baul, there were different prosodies, like someone is singing and suddenly there's a spike. And the LPCC based features, the energy concentration was distributed in case of the different genres. That is what I showed you in that illustration. The shapes were totally different.
Okay, thanks. I'll read back your paper to have more insights. It was interesting. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question? Any other question? If not, then I just want to, you have used SVM, tested with SVM also. How many classifiers have we put it there?
Madam, SVM, we had used that linear activation function.
Okay. So you are not having much classifiers. So
no, ma'am. We want to experiment with this further and maybe use an ensemble of SVMs or something like that.
Yes, because it can accommodate a huge database and varieties for the classification. Good. I think we don't have more questions. So thank you, Madhuri, for the presentation. We can go for the next presenter, 33, serial number 33. 33.
Yes. North Indian classical music, tabla. Yes.
Good afternoon. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
Please share your slide. Yes.
Yes. Is it visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My paper ID is 33 and my paper title is North Indian Classical Music, Tabla Tala Prediction System using Machine Learning. These are the contents of today's presentation. Dear all, we know that sound is a physical phenomena of vibration that passes through air and reaches to human ear. So that sound could be of different types: soft sound, pleasant sound, unpleasant sound, nature sound. The pleasant sound is called as music. For me, there are two types of music: Indian music that I worship, and Western, Beijing, African are the different forms of music. Indian music has different forms like semi-classical, folk, pop, film, and classical. Classical music performances are either vocal or instrumental. There are different types of music instruments like string, woodwind, brass, bow, and percussion instruments. Percussion instruments are used to assist vocal recitations or played as solo. Examples of percussion instruments are khol, nagara, pakhawat, mridangam, dholki, dholak, and tabla. Tabla is one of the main accompanying rhythm instrument of classical music. That's why the research has been done on North Indian classical music, tabla tala, rhythm prediction system using machine learning. And it has applications like genre detection, song recognition, automatic musical score generation, music transcription. These are the contribution and certain findings. We have implemented an algorithm that predicts a tala even if there are less number of strokes are identified. So for this, we have used a theory of North Indian classical music, which says that there are fixed number of tabla strokes, and based on that fixed number of tabla strokes and type of tabla stroke, the frequency is calculated, and that is used as input for this algorithm. So for homophonic sound of tabla, timbral audio descriptors, if they are combined with MFCC, gives better stroke identification accuracy. Then second finding is low ADSR values of strokes produced from left drum, that is G and K, reduces tabla stroke identification accuracy. Feed-forward backpropagation neural network performs better than multi-SVM for tabla stroke identification when MFCC is combined with timbral audio descriptors. Tabla is made up of two drums. Right drum tabla is made up of wood and left drum dagga is made up of steel. Both the drums are covered with animal skin and laced with hoops. Head of each drum contains ink that is used to generate harmonic overtones. As tabla is played by using two drums, the strokes are left drum strokes, right drum strokes, strokes on both the drums, and also it generates canonical patterns like tira, kita, dhage, nati. The basic tabla strokes, when basic tabla strokes are combined, it forms rhythm. And the tala is a rhythmic cycle of the basic tabla strokes. For example, in teen tal, there are fixed number of beats, 16 beats, and frequency of occurrence of tabla stroke is also fixed. That is dha and din are occurred 6 times, teen ta occurred 2 times. This is the tabla stroke identification and tala prediction system. Here in training, we have used tabla audio recordings, which is recorded by professional tabla player. Here we have considered 225 audio samples. These audio samples are passed to detect the onsets and segment them to generate the tabla strokes. After the segmentation, the separated tabla strokes are fed to feature extractor. Here we have considered MFCC and timbral audio descriptors. Machine learning algorithms, feed forward backpropagation neural network, and multi-SVM is used to train the system. Again, we have considered another set of tabla audio recordings for testing. There are 141 audio samples for testing we have considered, which are passed again to onset detection, segmentation, and the separated tabla strokes. Here we count that total number of tabla strokes, and they are passed to feature extractor. After the features have been extracted, then these are fed to machine. They are fed to machine which is already trained, which identifies tabla stroke. Then, based on this identification of tabla strokes, the total number of frequency of occurrence of tabla stroke is calculated. And based on this identified tabla stroke, then frequency and type of tabla. Here, this is given as input to tabla tala prediction algorithm, which identifies tala. The experiments have been for this experiment we have used 5 basic talas: teen tal, jap tal, rupak, dadra, and kerwa. This analysis shows that stroke identification with respect to classifier. So, feed-forward backpropagation neural network supersedes in performance than multi-SVM. For strokes, usually in Japtal and Dadra, gives identification accuracy as 100%, while Rupa gives 85.71. Feed-forward backpropagation neural network accurately identifies tabla strokes from unknown sources, while SVM does not guarantee stable system. That's why the conclusion is performance of feed-forward backpropagation neural network is reliable than multi-SVM. The second analysis of stroke identification is done with respect to audio descriptors. Here, 20 coefficients of MFCC and 25 coefficients of timbral audio descriptors are used. Timbral audio descriptor set contains MFCC, ZCR, roll-off, brightness, roughness, and irregularity. Due to homophonic nature of tabla sound, brightness, roughness, and irregularity along with MFCC, it captures minor differences which is used to identify tabla strokes very easily. Therefore, conclusion is timbral audio descriptors are efficient than to use only MFCC. Then next analysis is with respect to correctly identified strokes and its sources. Comparison of stroke identification with respect to its sources, that is left drum, right drum, and both the drums. Here, due to low energy and ADSR, the left drum stroke missed out the onsets. That's why it gives less accuracy as 84%, while right drum gives 96% accuracy. Next analysis is done with respect to correctly identified strokes and corresponding tala prediction. Here, the graph shows that feed-forward backpropagation neural network supersedes than multi-SVM. But here also, feed-forward backpropagation neural network gives 93.33% tala prediction accuracy when timbral audio descriptors are used, and it gives 86.67% accuracy when MFCC features are used. Also, the experiments have been carried out for multi-SVM. Here also, timbral audio descriptor features are better than only MFCC, where here multi-SVM predicts 73.33% tala accurately when used with timber feature, and it gives 66.67% accuracy when MFCC features are used. Therefore, the conclusion is feed-forward backpropagation neural network gives better Tala prediction accuracy than multi-SVM. And the final conclusion is, if some basic strokes are correctly identified, then Tala could be predicted accurately by just counting total number of tabla strokes, correctly identified tabla strokes, and the frequency of its occurrences. So by using this, we can detect Tala accurately, we can predict Tala accurately. The Tala prediction accuracy increases with increase in tabla stroke identification and accuracy, obviously. The correlation factor of 0.77% between tabla stroke identification and Tala prediction proves that the Tala prediction could be successfully achieved for low tabla stroke identification accuracy as well. Their feed-forward backpropagation neural network gives 93.33% Tala prediction accuracy over multi-SVM at 73.33%. The future scope is the Tabla Tala prediction system could be extended for all remaining Tabla Tala in North Indian classical music. Here we have considered only basic Tabla Talas that are generally used for North Indian classical music. So this system could be extended for remaining Tala also. These are the references. Thank you so much. Any question?
Thank you.
Anyone having any question?
Yes.
Anybody wants to ask any question?
Participant, any questions?
I don't think. It's okay. Thank you.
So, Professor
Yeah.
Sir, do you have any question?
So let me thank you for good presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
What I like to know from you, you have come to some conclusion.
Yes, sir.
And you have used some basic tabla tala.
Yes, sir.
Now you have used some sample.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Now if I change those sample now,
Okay.
do you think that whatever conclusion that you have arrived at will remain valid?
Sorry, sir. I'm not getting the question.
Do you think if you change your database,
Okay.
the conclusion that you have arrived at will remain same?
Yes, sir. If we change testing data set, then because the Tala prediction is based on tabla stroke identification, and once we got the identification accuracy better, then we can predict that Tala. And here, basically, the algorithm is developed to predict that Tala, and I have to change that algorithm for different Talas, because this algorithm is set for 5 Talas only. And we are trying to set this algorithm for all Talas. So
I think you have repeated what you have said in your presentation.
Yes.
My question was a little different.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you know that you have taken one database.
Yes.
And that too, number of records are fixed.
Yes.
Now, if you take different database,
yes.
How do you ensure? Have you tested? Number
no.
one. Number
yes.
two, you have shown that your SBM outperformed in this particular case. Fine. Now, please, ma'am, there is something called no free lunch. So do you know that what is that theorem, no free lunch?
No, sir.
There are many cases where your SBM will perform much better than this. Right? So therefore, whenever you come to this conclusion, you must also attach this is performing with respect to your database.
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Thank you
sure.
again.
Okay, thank you. We can go for the next presentation. There is 35.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you. Next presentation, the title of the Shruti detection using machine learning.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I hope I'm
Yes.
audible.
Yes.
Let me share the screen. The slides visible.
So it is coming.
It's come. Yeah, it's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Make it.
Good afternoon. Can I
Make it
continue?
full screen. Make it full screen. F5.
Okay, 1 second, sir.
Okay.
Is it
Thank
fine?
you.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ma'am and sir. And today I'm very glad to present our work on FRSM 2020 platform. And let me start with my introduction. I'm Megha Kulkarni from, I'm pursuing my bachelor's in Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering at PS University, Bangalore. And let me start with the presentation without much delay. And our work is based on Shruti detection using ML and Sargam identification of instrumental audio. And on behalf of my team, I'm presenting here today. So let me go to the introduction section. Our main ultimate goal is to find the Shruti, which is nothing but tone in the case of Western music, and it is identified based on the different characteristic features that we extract from the given audio track or the musical track. And once we obtain this Shruti, we are going to use this Shruti in the part where we try to identify the Sargam, that is the collection of the notes corresponding to the same musical track. And main motive behind this work is to help the musicologist and also the beginners who are trying to learn the music, because nowadays in the era of digitization, it is more relevant to I don't say relevant, it's more nice to get all the information pertaining to any field at our fingertips so that we can learn on our own. And also Shruti identification, I have heard from many music teachers that it's hard to absorb the Shruti in which Shruti we are singing. So it's good to have the model which can predict given the audio sample. And also in MIR, we hope it helps in MIR as well. Yeah. Next is literature survey. These are the two base references, I could say, for our work. And first work is by Patelji and E.S. Gopiso from which is based on musical notes identification using DSP. And this paper basically gives some insights on the algorithms which they are applying on the.
Present your work. Present your work. It's fine.
Okay, sorry, ma'am.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry for the inconvenience. Okay. Let me start with the Shruti detection part then. First and foremost step is like pre-processing of the data set, and the data set which we have considered is from Dunia Corpora. And the first requirement is to structure the data set according to our requirements. And in that we have first task is to segment the audio samples of the uniform length, so that we can handle them with much easier while training the machine learning model with the libraries that we are trying to implement on. And we have considered 30 seconds as the uniform duration of each audio sample. If we consider more big duration, there might be very large variations in the audio sample, which might be hard to interpret by the model. And if we consider very less duration, it might be like there is no much variations in the features that have been extracted. So we try to keep it as we kept it as 30 seconds, and once the data structure data set is ready, we'll go for the feature extraction step, and in that we have considered around 26 features. 20 features are basically MFCC features, and other 6 are 2 are envelope based, which are zero crossing rate and RMSE, root mean square energy, and the other 3 are spectral based features, bandwidth, roll off, and the efficiency. So in total we have 26 features, but the amount of data that we had was limited. So we to reduce the curse of dimensionality problem, we went for encoding the features so that number of features get reduced without losing any generality. So we have used auto encoder. It basically encode the 26 features into 7 features, as you can see on the input side. We have 7 features that are fed to our model. And once the features are ready and the encoding is done, we go for building the neural architecture. And the architecture we have considered is basically the model with 2 hidden layers and 1 input and 1 output layer. And at the input layer, we have 64 neurons, and in each of the hidden layers, first hidden layer we have 32, and in the second layer we have 16 neurons, and with all the 3 having ReLU as the activation function. And reason behind choosing the ReLU as the activation function was basically when we are not very sure of the data set, how it responds to the training process, we basically go to the ReLU function. And one more advantage is basically it converges faster, the results converges faster compared to the other activation functions. And why this particular numbers, that is neurons, is we tried with different architectures, but the optimized one was the architecture which I'm showing right now. And at the output layer, we have 6 neurons, 6 classes, basically tones or Shruti, A sharp, B, C, and C sharp, and D and E sharp. And we have used softmax as the activation function, as it is a multi-class problem. And once the training, building and training is done, for training we have used ADAM optimization. Instead of stochastic gradient, we opted for ADAM optimization because the learning rate is kept different at every iteration of the neural network weight updation, so that results converges fast and it yields better results than the stochastic gradient method. And the loss we have chosen is cross entropy, and the metric for model is the accuracy, which I'll talk about that in result section. And after building and training, we have evaluating procedure, that is for testing data. A testing data set, what's the accuracy we are getting, and the last step is the real-time input checking for the real-time audio which we give for the built model, whether it's classifying the Shruti as a proper Shruti or not. And once the Shruti is classified using this model, we'll use this Shruti in the later part of our solution for finding Sargam. Let me go through that. Yeah, this is frequency identification, which is a prior step to the Sargam identification part. And whatever the Shruti we had got in from ML model, we'll find the base frequency for that, which is the reference node, that is SAF for us. And depending on the octave, depending on the octave, we will assign the frequencies for this for the reference node SA. And for frequency identification, we have used 2 algorithms. First is using the concept of sampling, averaging, and thresholding. in that case, first we sample the audio sample, audio track at the standard frequency, not exactly standard, at the common frequency, sampling frequency for audio analysis, that is 44.1 kilohertz. And since we are sampling it at very huge rate, we'll get a large number of samples, so we go for averaging. In averaging step, we will choose a window size based on the pace of the music, where we consider the samples that are present in a particular window and take the average of each RMS, take the average of RMS corresponding to each sample, and assign it to a single sample instead of having many samples in that particular window. And once we are got the averaged samples, we go for thresholding. In the case of threshold, basically for use of thresholding is to identify whether the note has occurred at that particular frequency or not. Depending on the RMS value of the sample at that particular instant, we decide whether it's a note or the noise or the lower harmonics. And so if the RMS value is greater than the threshold we have set, it is considered to be a note. Otherwise, we discard that sample as a noise or a lower harmonics, and we set this threshold very carefully so that no notes are missed, or no notes are missed, such that we don't get wrong results at the end. But the drawback of this algorithm we could find was, depending on the pace of the music, we should change the window size and also the threshold value dynamically. So we went for onset detection, where the local maxima or the peak of the sample is found using onset detection, so that no note is missed. And once the timing in seconds is obtained from the onset detection procedure, we will calculate the sample indices from using those timestamps, and from those indices which are obtained, we will using autocorrelation, we will calculate the frequencies. And once the array of frequencies corresponding to notes is obtained, we map them to the corresponding swara or the note, depending on the frequency mapping table that I have put here. So it is basically relative assignment of the notes with respect to the SA, basic note SA. And once we obtain this frequencies array, we will map it to the array of the swaras, which is nothing but sargam. And I'll go for the results section. This is the confusion matrix corresponding to our ML model for predicting the Shruti. This is for test data set. We can see that most of the diagonal entries are close to 1. And what model accuracy we had got is around 95.87%. And I have put the results for 2 audio. That is, first one is, and we have done all this for only instrumental audio, or we haven't considered any vocal audio samples for our ML model. So these 2 are the audios which I have considered. One is audio by Hariprasad Chaurasia, and the other is Hariprasad Chaurasia sir, and the other one is Kadri Gopalnath sir. And this is the output for peak picking in onset detection in audio 1. Here we can see the blue ink, which refers to the peak that we have obtained, and the dotted red ink refers to the time instant at which those peaks were obtained. And as I said earlier, from these timestamps we'll calculate the frequencies that are mapped to the Sargam at the later stage. And this is the results after the ML model. That is, Shruti for that given track is D, which for the audio 1, and the frequencies obtained are as follows. And the Sargam identified is on the right side of the slide. And underscore defines that the next swara is also the same as previous. Instead of printing all these swaras, I mean the same swaras again and again, we have put the underscore so that that is continued in the next instance as well. The same, I mean the similar results for the audio too. The explanation is it's the same as before, but the Shruti we obtain and the Shruti we obtain is different. It is A sharp, and the Sargam obtained here is very very, I would say, varied than the previous one, because every single instant the swaras are changing. Next comes the conclusions and future scope. As the whole work I could summarize is basically we obtain the Shruti of the instrumental audio track using the ML model, and once that Shruti is obtained, we calculate the base frequency upon which we will assign the frequencies that are obtained in the audio samples with respect to the base, with relative to the base frequency, and later at the final stage we obtain the Sargam. And future scope is basically the problem which we faced is less amount of data, and if we had enough data, we could have included more classes. Here we have considered only 6 classes, but if we have more amount of data, I mean varied amount of data, we can go for the higher number of classes as well, and with the same model I would say, because as it is a ML model, we are not explicitly putting any formulas or algorithms so that we should change at different stages. So I say same model would work for it, and it can be extended for genre classification as well. We hope we would work on that in future as well. And these are the references, and given the time constraints, I have tried to focus on the important topics. That's about it.
Thank you. If anyone
Thank
is
you,
having
sir.
any question.
Thank you. Any questions from presenters?
I have one if I'm allowed to.
Yes.
Thank you for the nice talk. You mentioned that you use the Dunya corpus. So I happen to be one of the contributors of that. So I don't remember having any ground truth data like the segmentation of the swaras for which, with respect to which you would evaluate. So could you please explain that confusion matrix one more? Like I had seen a 5x5 matrix where there was actual and predicted. What was the actual quantity and why is that 5? Because if you talk about Shrutis, there are 12. So any insight on that?
Okay, so 1 second. Just a second.
You can just explain. You don't have to share the screen.
Okay. We have basically 6 classes as I mentioned for Shruti, A sharp and till D sharp we had. So 6 classes, it is 6x6 matrix.
Okay.
So basically this is from A sharp, just A sharp, B, C sharp, and D sharp we have considered, and 6 is actually and this is the confusion matrix for testing data sets. And we had around 2,000 data samples, and we split it as 80% for training.
I'm not getting into how you made it, but the actual ones were that manually annotated by you. Because how do you get the ground truth for the actual?
Yes, sir. Actual one, it's not like it's there in the metadata that is provided, but we got it from the musical teachers that for the different audios we have tried.
Okay.
It's
That
not
answers
there in
my
the
question.
metadata. Yes, sir. It's not there in metadata. Yes.
Okay. If there is no other question, then we can go for the next presenter. That is 39. 39, paper number 39.
Yeah, sure. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Start.
Yes, sure. So, greetings to everyone. I am Manmohan Dogra presenting paper ID 39 titled Noise Removal from Audio Using CNN and Denoiser. So, let's begin. Here's the content of the table contents, starting from the abstract. So, in today's world, there is advancement in each sector due to the AI, be it security, medical, education, or any other job. We aim to achieve the state of art products in the human life. So joining that queue, we have worked on efficient noise detection and removal. Noises in any kind of communication possess a great complication to the signal and may distort the intended message by the user. Hence, it is necessary to develop an efficient algorithm or method to resolve this problem. So here we are presenting an efficient algorithm for the above needed task, working based on the essentials of deep learning and to be precise on CNN and Python noise reducer module. Why we have used CNN? Because it's a special type of artificial neural network which has the ability to pick the patterns and make sense out of it. And moving next, coming to the introduction. So noise removal is a method of dealing with noises and to reduce it. It is used for noise present in it, and it could be of both the types images as well as audios. So here we are focusing on the audio part. Any unwanted or unpleasant sound makes it difficult for the receiver to transmit the message forward or to listen it or get the message out of it accurately. The intuition behind the edge technologies used in today's world is that it captures
Can you
the
enhance the resolution? It's not readable.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yeah, better.
Okay, sure. Sorry. Yeah. So as an intuition behind these technologies, it captures audio or the voice from the user and place a device filter above the audios, so which will either clear out the noise or it masks the noise. As a deduction to the problem, the paper is a solution for the issues, as the core of the project is based on deep learning essentials, which aid in extracting the relevant information and reduces the computational cost. The main intuition is that the system will apply a deep learning algorithm to detect the type of noise present in the audio, and eventually a noise reducer module will be used to remove that particular noise to finally produce a noise suppressed output audio. So now let's begin to let's see the related work. Here is a juxtaposition of the different methods and the algorithm used. So we have referred to the papers of these following authors, which have used methods like Audacity, wavelet approach, independent ANN models, deep dependent track.
Your word, huh? These are references, fine. You have to
Yes, madam.
present your word.
Okay, yeah, but we have presented a deep learning approach to make it more efficient and easy to use. So let's come to the implementation part. The implementation is splitted into 3 different modules, which is pre-processing, training, and noise removal. So starting with the pre-processing, it is a simple, important, and necessary part of the algorithm, which makes the audio signal readable to our model. So it is described in 2 major steps. First is where the input audio will come. We get the noisy audio as our input, which is in the dot wave format. So, and step 2 is the generation of the feature array. Now, this feature array consists of 5 features mentioned. So these are necessary because detecting a noise, when we use one single feature, there is the accuracy would be traditional. And here in our case, we are making 5 different features from one single audio, which will give it exceptional performance. And to carry ahead, the features which are used are MCC, which contains the feature associated with the amplitude of the audio, MEL spectrogram, which computes FTT of each window and convert it to array. Chroma STFT is there, short-term Fourier transfer spectrum for power of the audio. Chroma CQT is there, which is the logarithmic spaced frequency axis, and Chroma Sense, which is the energy normalized statistics. So all these 5 features are stacked together, appended into one array, and all these array for each audios are saved into the CSV file. Now coming to the second module, which is our training, the CSV file extracted features. These features from the CSV are retrieved in the form of data frame and used for further processing. In order to use the classification technique suitable for our input, we need to convert these inputs or these vectors using one hot vector, and these one hot encoded vectors are next padded, which makes the length of the vector equal to the equal for betterment of the performance of the model. Now, since a deep learning algorithm algorithm is used, which is CNN, it is the audios has to be shaped into 2D data. This final matrix formed from the 2D data is retrieved and converted to 3D before the training starts. Now, the model formed by convolutional layers, followed by max pooling layer, and then dropout and flatten, generate 40 lakhs trainable parameters using categorical cross entropy, and which is compiled using Adam optimizer. The model is trained on the train and validation sets of the data frame and passed through the convolutional neural network. And finally, the model is saved for future purposes of testing. Now, coming to the final part, final model, which is the noise removal. The steps present in the order to get a clean audio are first, we can say the loading of the training model and the testing audio. Second is the pre-processing of the steps, followed by the third, the 3D vector of the noise. And after that, the type of noise is detected from the audio which has been inputted, and then the model takes the input of the audio and detects the type of noise present in the audio. After that, that output and that sample audio is sent to the noise reducer Python module. Now this module removes the noise from the audio and generate less turbulent audio having a reduced noise. Now let me explain that how the noise reducer actually works. So coming up to the summary, so I'll explain you these figures. In the first figure, you can see the top figure. It shows the pre-processing and the training module. So they are for the data pre-processing, 5 different arrays are being generated, stacked into one, combined into one array, which is now converted to 3D form for putting for an input to the CNN networks. Then these networks are trains our model, and then the model is getting saved. So this was the first image, and then the second image represents the total complete working of our complete model. Third, here for testing the model, the test audio and the model is being fetched. Now, whenever noisy audio is taken as input, it performs the data pre-processing, and it detects what kind of noise is present in the model. After detecting the type of noise, there is a fetcher algorithm which fetches that sample of the noise from the database, or you can say a sample set of the noises. Now, this noisy audio dataset used for training is by Urban Sound 8K, which is 6 GB in size, containing 8,800 sound excerpts, which are labeled from 10 most common noise classes. So, and these classes consist of background noise of children, air conditioners, dog barking, drilling, car horn, engine running, jackhammer, gunshots, street music, and continuous siren. And from these samples, the fetcher will fetch the most relevant noise, and then the noise which is fetched and the original input. These both are sent to the Python denoise module. Now this denoise module will take both the input and perform FTT, where it can resample and it masks the noise from that audio, and which finally gives us the output of a clean audio. Now coming to the results, after training the model on 6 GB of data, we were able to acquire training accuracy of approximately 95% and validation of 75%. So the right and top is the loss produced, and below is the accuracy of the model. Now, here you can see the sample output from right hand side figure. The top one is the noisiest audio, the noise of the audio, and the second one is the clean audio. The first one is having a background noise of street noise, and second one is the clean audio by the person. And when the first audio is sent into the module detects the type of the noise present, and then the noise and this noisy input are sent to the denoiser, and the final figure shows the denoised output of the system. So moving to the another example. So here, this is the similar example. First is having a children noise in the background with a person speaking. Second shows the clean audio without the children noise, only of a person. And third is the denoised output by our model. So I would like to just play the noise plus the message audio by the person.
I know the human being and fish can coexist peacefully.
So as we can hear, the person is saying something, and there is a background noise, and this is the denoised output created by our model.
I know the human being and fish can coexist peacefully.
So as you can see, the model has successfully suppressed about quite a large amount of noise from the background, producing the efficient results. So coming to the conclusion, through this paper, our system of noise removal from the audio was presented, and the primary research was aimed to build an extrinsic model that can further incorporate with any kind of audio related cases. The model achieved the accuracy of 95%, and for the future scope of the project and increase in the number of features to get more accurate results, and applying high quality filters to mask the noise in the audio to prevent the audio loss can be done. And that is all from my side. Thank you.
Any question?
Thank you.
Any question?
Sir, Bikeroy sir, do you have any question?
Yeah, actually, hello. Thank you, Manmohan.
Yes, sir.
What happened is we would have been loved to see your result much, in a much more depth, instead of going through some of the things that we basically know, right? And also something that you have done and which is in practice now, right? These devices are in practice. So what exactly is your contribution in addition to what things are available at present? That would have been much better if you can comment on that.
Yes, absolutely. But the thing is, currently the methods which are used are not completely classifying the type of audio and then removing the noise from the audio. So our paper is presenting a method of classifying the type of noise, background noise present, and then further removing it from the audio. That is absolutely right, that there are state-of-art method, which do outperform the general noise removal techniques, but those does not have a feature of classifying or particularly removing a type of noise.
Good. But what I will suggest you, that what is the benefit that you are achieving by going through the pre-step, detecting or classifying the noise, then removing it, right? If you are getting some additional benefit out of it, if the performance or efficiency has increased because of that, then possibly you will have a better method. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monmon.
We can go now to 48. Junmoni or somebody.
Junmoni Borgohain. So 48.
Was present.
Not, then we can move to 49.
Yes, 49. Shakti.
Hello, sir.
Monmon, please stop your presentation.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, sir. I want to start.
This is?
Okay.
Right, 49.
No, so please wait 49. So first 48 is there. I think Junmoni Borgohain is there. So please start your presentation. After that, 49 will come.
Be ready.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, I can hear you.
Is my presentation visible?
Not yet.
Yes,
it is visible.
Yes,
you can start. Yes, you can start.
Hello, everyone. My name is Junmoni Borgohain, and I'll be presenting on the title Perception of Similarity and Dissimilarity in Hindustani Classical Music. Musical existence is in a temporal scale, and it is always marked by repetition or variation. And this repetition or variation can be identified by the listeners with the help of musical cues and to find a relationship between musical motifs and themes. So this technical concept of music similarity, which theorists has defined, are through two features, that is the surface feature and deep features. Surface features are those features which are based on perceived equivalence, like rhythm, tempo, pitch, and emotion, whereas deep features are based on motivic or the harmonic relationship within a musical piece. The study is based on Hindustani classical music, not Indian classical music, and we all know that there are two main classificatory traditions that are followed. That is the That and Raga. That is the grouping of ragas on the basis of swaras or notes, and Raga is on the basis of basically the grouping of the ragas are done on the basis of phrase or note clusters. Coming to the objective of our study was to understand whether these classification systems are intuitive, that is, perceptually easy to differentiate, or they are deeply embedded in non-intuitive features which are only accessible to trained listeners. So to examine, the subset of this objective was to examine if participants could correctly categorize ragas belonging to the same That and Raga, and what strategies were adopted for such classification. Also, we tried to look into features which are used by trained musicians in the Hindustani classical music tradition to identify and classify ragas. We conducted two studies. In study one, the objective was to see whether participants could correctly categorize ragas belonging to the same That and Raga. So in the study, 77 undergraduate students studying at NIT Kharagpur participated,
And the stimuli chosen for this study was rendered in both Alap and Madhyalaya. And these are the list of stimuli as you can see. And the data collection procedure was through an online interface that we developed, where boxes were given to the participants, and they could drag and drop the clips that they found similar, and they had to write the basis on the basis of what they found similarity. Data analysis for this study consisted of chi-square analysis, hierarchical clustering analysis, and content analysis. In study 2, we looked at the features used by trained musicians in the Hindustani classical music tradition, where 16 respondents were interviewed, and among them 8 were instrumentalists, 8 were vocalists, and their age ranged from 24 to 31 years, with an average musical training of 20 years. In study 1, with the chi-square analysis, we found that the categorization of the clips in both Alap and Madhyalaya were significant. Which means that they were significantly differently rated in both the tempos. From the hierarchical clustering analysis, we found that clips rendered in Alap had 3 clusters, and clips rendered in Madhyalaya had 4 clusters. And most of the cluster features in the Alap were emotion, notes, melody, and pitch, whereas the cluster features in Madhyalaya were emotion, melody, notes, pitch, and tempo. But we didn't find the predicted results like in cluster 1, as you can see, clips 2, 6, 12, and 15 were Bhairavan Gauri, Kalingara Kamod, Chayanat Gauri, Gauri, and Kamod. So we didn't see, the listeners were not able to categorize correctly on the basis of the That or Ragang they were given. In the second study, we found that the trained listeners usually use a lot of features to categorize or classify music. That is alankaras, emotions, gharana, movement or the chalan of the raga, the notes used in the raga, urvang or utrang, that is the octave of the raga, the phrases used in the raga, rules, tetrachords or the vadi sambadi, tune, or listening by listening to the tune of the raga, they can identify whether the raga is similar or not. So the findings are such: the list of features that were given by the lay people were not similar with the trained participants. However, some of the surface features like emotions and notes were also identified by the trained musicians. So we can clearly see that the prioritization of features by both the categories or the groups are different. That is, the naive participants mostly use surface features like emotions, melody, notes, pitch, tempo, rhythm, among many others to classify ragas, whereas trained participants use features like rules, notes, tetrachords, alankaras, or the ornamentations, and phrases, or the group of notes to classify ragas. The features used by trained musicians, they do not directly fit into the categories of the Western classical, Western music and its deep features, unlike surface features, which are both common in Indian and Western music. Therefore, we can come to the conclusion that classification of Hindustani classical music is non-intuitive. That is the framework through which trained musicians see ragas might be socially constructed rather than naturally evolved. And Indian classification systems or traditions seem to embed deep musical and cultural components which are unavailable to the lay listeners. If iconic resemblances were there, they were in the dance slokas or the Ragmala paintings, but later such resemblances seems to have lost in the conventional wisdom. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So, any question?
I have one, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks for your talk. Some of the conclusions were rather very strong. I'd like to go back to your paper and refer to the detailed study. But just on a surface level, I'd like to ask about the balance in the data set, because you mentioned about Gharana. And for example, the ragas like Gauri or Kalinga, they are not represented equally by every Gharana. So did you have enough balance to represent different ones? And also, I'd like to know, this is a minor question about the naive listeners. You are mentioning naive listeners are latching onto the surface features like melody, pitch, or rhythm. So are they equipped with the cognition skills to identify those, or they are going by some other abstracted features which are not identified? So this conclusion is something I would like you to please share some light on.
Actually, the clips that we selected were based on not the Gharanas, but the That and Ragam. Okay. So we have selected like Kalingara Gauri Bhairav, which belongs to the Bhairav That, and Hamid Chayan Kamod, which belongs to the Kalyan That. So Kalyan That as well as Ragam. So basically, we tried to, balance or try to take like maximum agreement between both the That and Ragam so that we get the desired response.
Okay. And the second one,
the second question was open-ended question, and it was an open-ended question, and obviously I think that there is like the cognitive skills you are talking about, because music is an intricate part of life, and we are always listening to music. So I think the listeners, it is such a part of a life that, do you think that it has to be thought about or something like that? So basically the design in which we have the interface in which we have given, it was a kind of a free classification task. So if the listeners were not able to choose at first, or they were not undecided, they could again refresh the page and decide on the response they want to give.
Right.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions? So seems to me there is no more question. Okay, thank you, Junmani.
Thank you, sir.
Now we will go to our next presenter, paper ID 49. Paper ID 49, please.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you share your slides.
Is it visible?
Yeah, it's coming now.
Okay.
We'll see each other. Yeah.
Hi. Can I start?
Yes.
Okay. Distinguished panelists of the forum, a very good morning, good afternoon, or good evening from whichever part of the world you're from. In light of the ongoing pandemic, I extend my warm wishes for your well-being and safety. With that being said, I am Satvik Acharya, a computer science sophomore at PES University and author of ID paper 49, titled as follows: Analytical Comparison of Classification Models for Raga Identification in Carnatic Classical Audio. So this is a brief overview of my presentation. So there's this famous quote which goes as follows: music is life. That is why our heart beats. It is a divine way of portraying the most beautiful things about this world. With that being said, the diversity in this language of music is immense, to say the least. Broadly, we are all aware of the classification between Indian classical music and Western music. You see, when one delves into Indian classical music, the one stark thing that stands out is the existence of ragas. So what are ragas? In simple words, ragas are a collection of features like aroha, avroha that can uniquely identify a given song. Indian classical music is further divided into Hindustani music and Carnatic music. Hindustani music emphasizes improvisation and exploring all aspects of a raga, while Carnatic performances tend to be short and composition based. So when it comes to Indian classical music, there are two foundational elements, the raga and the tala. The raga gives an artist a palette to build a melody from sounds, while the tala provides them with a creative framework for rhythmic improvisation using time. This poster is a brilliant description of the richness of Indian classical music and the profound impact it has on certain times of day. Moving on, so when we started this research, we had seen that there were a number of approaches that had been tried. It varied from the hidden Markov models to the latest LSTM models. So during our literature survey, two papers stood out. So one of them is the comparison of ML classifiers for raga recognition. So this paper explored different ML classifiers like random forest, naive Bayes. So in fact, this paper inspired us to make a comparative study, which I'll talk about later. So, and the second paper is titled as Deep SRGM. So they gave this paper explores the same topic, and they have used the LSTM model, and they've provided an accuracy result of 97% on 10 ragas. So the first step in our task of raga identification is the pre-processing step. So while exploring this, we narrowed it down to two approaches. One without separation of vocal from the accompaniment, and the other with the separation of vocal from the accompaniment. So with that in mind, we use this open source software called Splitter, which is used to isolate the vocal from the accompaniment part. It's a neural network based source separation library. We also, our data set, we owe it to Dunya Contra from where we downloaded it. For each raga, we ensure that there were 15 songs each, so that we ensure homogeneity in our data set. So moving on to the next important step is the feature extraction. So there are a multitude of features that come into picture for the analysis of audio samples. Here, a popular Python library called Librosa is used for the same. It includes the prerequisite packages to build a functional and operational MIR. So, so when we need a visual representation of the audio samples, we usually go for the help of spectrograms. It's also important to note that for our task, we've taken 10 samples from our songs, 3 from the beginning, 4 from the middle, and 3 in the end, each 30 seconds long. So yeah. And this flowchart here gives you an overview of the different features we have used. The values you can see next to them are the range of values our CSV file took. So moving on to the comparative study. So our first one is the feed-forward neural network, or the ANN module. So it's very popular for most supervised learning tasks. So our model consists of 4 fully connected layers in entirety with 2 hidden layers. The model begins with an input layer, which takes a batch of rows, 27 in our case, because we have 27 features from the CSV file, and gives an output vector of size 256. This is then passed into the first and subsequently the second hidden layer of size 128 and 64 neurons. It's important to note that the input and the 2 hidden layers which we have implemented uses the ReLU activation function. The final output layer with the softmax activation gives us a vector of size 10 for each clip input, containing the probabilities of the 10 ragas the input row can belong to. This flowchart gives you an overview of the working of ANN, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with. This is a schematic diagram of the approach we have followed for our task. So our model is trained for 500 epochs with a batch size of 128 and with a learning rate of 0.001. The loss function we've used is categorical cross entropy. It is apt to use this because ours is a multi-classification problem, and the optimization algorithm we've used is a popular Adam optimizer. Moving on to the next model is our long short-term memory model. So we're all well aware of this model because of the sweeping change it brought and how we perceived sequential tasks in general. So one of the things which LSTM model does brilliantly is it solves a vanishing gradient descent problem and also solves the problem of short memory storage. So in our task, the first layer using LSTM, with the ReLU activation function, converts the data into a 128-dimensional vector and a dropout regularizer to probabilistically exclude the input and recurrent connections in the network. So the second layer has a similar working, except for the fact that it converts the input it gets to a 64-dimensional vector and sends it to a flattening layer. Here, data for each sample is converted into a 1D array and sent to the dense layer to get a single prediction value for each raga for the given sample. The loss function and the optimizer reviews is the same as the ANN module. Again, a flowchart on the working of LSTM. And the schematic diagram which we've used for our LSTM model. Moving on to our final model is the XGBoost model. So this is based on a popular decision tree based ensemble algorithm that uses a gradient boosting framework. You see, one thing during our course of research which we have noticed is that XGBoost tends to outperform all other models when it comes to small sized structured data. So how does this rack up against deep learning models? So we've noticed that deep learning models provide state-of-the-art results when it comes to unstructured data. So a few things that makes XGBoost to stand out are the features which you can see in the image right next to the model here. So there are features like tree pruning using depth-first approach, the parallelized tree building, and the inbuilt cross-validation capability. So these are some of the features which make XGBoost very fast and very efficient. So the implementation of XGBoost carries with it a number of hyperparameters. So in order to avoid the intricacy involved in hybrid discrete optimization, it is a common practice to tune the hyperparameters
Got disconnected.
Hello.
You're not audible.
I think internet.
It's coming, it seems.
Okay. No.
Acharya.
Great, so
Hello. You got disconnected.
So what to do, sir and madam?
We can keep it. Ask the second part. Let Satvik. Satvik,
are you there?
I think he is disconnected. So we will just drop him. We can. Again, he is coming. Joining.
Okay, we join. So you can conclude, Swatik.
You are mute.
I think his internet connection problem.
You unmute yourself first, then speak. Your microphone is mute
so
now.
your microphone is muted. Unmute.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. You conclude.
Okay,
Conclude.
Okay. So I was talking about grid search and how we use it to get the optimal values, and that's visible in the table which you can see here. So our final slide would be the results. So so we have, through the course of this research, we have noticed that the task of raga classification is sequential in nature. So what we have done is a comparative study of deep learning algorithms with ML algorithms. So throughout our coursework, we've done our classification for 10 ragas and 20 ragas, and approach A corresponds to the approach where the vocal is separated from from the accompaniment, and approach B corresponds to where there's no vocal separation. So as you can see, we've it's also important to note that XGBoost, an ML algorithm, gives us the best results here and captures better features in contrast to DL models. So that brings to the end of my presentation. I'm so sorry because of the internet connection, I got disconnected. Thank you.
Can you tell a few lines about XGBoost? XGBoost.
Okay, XGBoost is it's based on the decision tree based model, so which has the gradient boosting framework. So what it does is, in fact, if you look at my presentation here, so these are like some of the features that makes XGBoost stand out. And one of the contrasting things is that XGBoost uses D matrices instead of your normal NumPy arrays. And fine-tuning the hyperparameters also boosts the performance to a great extent. And one thing is what we've noticed is that XGBoost is pretty fast. You see, training deep learning models take quite a bit of time and computational resources, but when it comes to XGBoost, they don't give those problems to us.
Okay. Anybody else who want to ask question? Hello. Okay. What is the difference between CNN and deep learning, or ML and deep learning?
Okay. So ML, machine learning algorithm, there's to put it in a very eloquent way.
Deep learning is not machine learning.
It is. You could say that it's a subset of that.
Try to come. Okay then. Thank you. It is serious. I'm telling you, think it that way. Okay, I think he has done. Next is 49. Thank you. Thank you. Good. $49.
49 is just over.
Oh yes, for 51. 51.
Now we'll go to
51.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Is the screen visible? Is the screen visible, sir?
Not yet.
Will come, I think. Not yet.
Akash, you share your screen.
Yes.
Yes.
So, very good afternoon to the respected session chair, respected dignitaries present, and everyone who are present here. I am Akash Modak from Heritage Institute of Technology, pursuing my master's in computer application. And on behalf of my team, we feel very humbled to present our work on sentiment analysis of Tagore songs, or Rabindra Sangeet as they are collectively known. The musical creation of Tagore embodies a plethora of sentiments, which were segregated into several classes or parjai, as they were known from his own lifetime. Each parjai has some dominant sentiments. In the present work, machine learning techniques were used to analyze the songs belonging to 4 of the major class or parjai of the entire corpus of Rabindra Sangeet. In order to have a multimodal study, both lyrics and audio were separately used as the dataset, and related features were extracted to be fed into some of the existing machine learning algorithms. We think this hitherto unknown means of analyzing the works of Tagore will open new avenues to render the further deep-level analysis of the inherent semantics of his work. So here comes the data source. We have used the lyrics dataset from the corpus of Tagore works provided by the Society of Natural Language Technology Research, IT Department, Government of West Bengal, with the following URL. And for audio, we use Shruti Gitobitan and Gitobitan Archive DVD resources. The total number of songs used in the present analysis are depicted in the pie chart with different legends present 4 important parjai. Like for the orange one represents the Puja Parjai with 617 songs. The gray one represents the Prem Parjai with 395 songs. The upper yellow one represents Prakriti Parja with 283 songs, and the blue one represents the Vichitra Parja with 140 songs. So now comes the pre-processing of the data. For lyrics, the pre-processing of this data involves deleting the punctuation marks like question mark, slash, etc., as these characters will not contribute to the genre detection algorithm. After that, the pre-processed lyrics were enumerated to some numerical values. So this is a snapshot of the dataset after the pre-processing. So this is for audio. We have used the Librosa library to extract the features from the audio data. From the numerous features, the dominant features were later extracted using principal component analysis. The main features that were identified the principal component analysis are MFCC, zero crossing rate, spectral roll-off, spectral flux, pitch, spectral entropy, and chroma features. So now comes the data analysis part. The varied nature of the data made us test through various forms of machine learning methodology and find the relatively best fit for the type of data. For the lyrics, we have used mainly 5 models. Those are naive Bayes classification, support vector machine, single layer perceptron, multi-layer perceptron, and recurrent neural networks to analyze the lyrics. The results here are in terms of F1 score, recall, and precision is depicted here. Here, if you give a close look, then you will see that in the Vichitra Parja, the Vichitra class level, the results are 0. Such kind of word behavior is due to some amalgamation of several words within a single class level. We will come to that later in this presentation. So this is the result for support vector machine. And here also, if you notice that Vichitra Parja have lower values than the other classes. And this is for recurrent neural networks. And here also Vichitra Parja behave weirdly. So, and multi-layer perceptron and single layer perceptron, we didn't consider it as they also have given similar results like SVM and RNN. So here comes the accuracy part. The measure of the accuracy of the lyrics data through the 5 different models is depicted here. From here, we can see that SVM has predicted some better results than other models. This might be one cause that SVM works better with medium-sized dataset. And if you see the accuracy score of SVM, it is near to 60%, where other have scored not more than 50%. The audio features being numerous require the feature engineering to be carried out before fitting to the model. After the feature engineering through principal component analysis, the audio features were subjected for testing. We experimented with RNN and LSTM for this purpose. The respective measure of the accuracy of the audio data through the said 2 models is depicted here. We can see that RNN has an accuracy score near about 96% and LSTM has an accuracy score of 99.77%. So the common model used for both lyrics and audio is RNN, which requires a depiction of their comparative score, accuracy score. For lyrics, we get a score of about 50%, and for audio, we get a score of about 96%. The reason behind this might be that more variation of features are there in audio data for different classes rather than the features in lyrics data. And also, we have performed feature engineering on audio data. So now comes an interesting observation with Vichitra Parja. The data itself shows the sharp contradiction of particular Parja class with others. The lesser values are attributed due to the lack of songs belonging to this Parja and the varying degree of emotion that the songs of this Parja inherently reflect. Like, for example, there is a song called Hare Re Re Re, which has a flavor of happiness in it. And on the contrary, there is a song called Din Gulimo Sonar Khajay, which has a bit of nostalgia and sadness in it. So it is quite interesting that this amalgamation of different sentiments is represented through the analysis of the data as well. So the present folk attempted to extract the dominant emotional motives inherent to the semantics of Tagore's songs. We believe that this work will create avenues to analyze the literary corpus of a language which holds the 5th position according to the Ethnologue 2019. The analysis used here will help to find the linguistic and musical patterns to dig deep into the overall linguistic motive of the Bengali language. we would like to use further deep level analysis using other advanced level of machine learning techniques like random forest, temporal CNS, and attention-based architecture models in future. In that way, it will help analyze and unfold a mostly implicit semantic structure within a language corpus through machine learning, which has a wide spectrum of implementation in order to unfold the themes of woven within the base literary works of a language. So, thank you.
Okay. Any question?
Thank you.
Any question? No question, it seems.
Sir, do you have any question?
Now, I just want to know from Akash.
Yes, sir.
Now that you have given some explanation that why Vichitra Porjay was identified or classified with that, that with less score. Right? Now, even overall classification that we have shown, that is also basically, I don't know what is the existing result, whether your result could be whether the result that you have shown is better. That 3, 4, 5 method that you have compared.
Yes, sir.
What I am trying to understand from here, that how you should approach for this classification, because this 4 and 5 that you have seen, what your experience suggests, how should you approach so that this misclassification can be less, or overall accuracy of classification is very high?
So, there are lots of challenges that we faced during the classification of lyrics data. Like Tagore has used those words in the words that he used. There in most of the projects they have used like same words. Like he's explaining a love song using some nature or something like that. So there are pretty much like amalgamation of sentiments already there in each of the project. But Vichitra has the most amalgamation of sentiments. So we are right now thinking of using some other models like random forest or temporal CNN so that we get a better score.
You can give one suggestion that emotion, is language independent. Okay? Why Rabindranath Tagore's music, just like this is the text, we can say positive, negative, and classification. But you please look into it that emotion is always language independent. If it works for Rabindranath, then it will definitely work for us. Okay, try to make it more dynamic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you. Next is 58 ID, paper ID.
58 is there? Joined.
Any authors from 58? Style identification of vocal singers in Indian classical music using.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. So please share your slide.
Now is it visible, sir?
Please. Not yet.
Now is it visible?
No, not yet.
He is disconnected. Connect again.
No, he's connected. Kaushik Banerjee. Yes, it is coming. Yes.
Now is it clear, sir?
Yes, but your presentation not coming. We can see your background. Yes.
No.
Going from mobile.
Actually, my internet connection is very poor.
Hmm.
Still, I'm trying to connect. Now is it visible, sir?
No, not yet coming. Not yet.
Now?
No, yes, coming.
Coming. Oh, no, same. I think
You please open your PPT. I think you
Yes,
connected.
it is
I
already
think you
open.
No, it is not coming.
Sharing, whether you share it.
I think if you can send it to Dr. Pakra, then he can show and you can.
Yes, yes. Maybe you can send to me.
Dr. Pakra, then he will show
Yes.
and you will talk.
Yes, yes. If
So
you
we
have a
can-
problem, so you just send me a mail. So I'll play that your presentation. Then you can continue. Maybe next
Yes,
presentation
you
at the end.
can. Just one, let's one present.
How will you send it, sir?
You just mail me. I'm giving you my mail ID here.
Okay, sir. Okay. You can also WhatsApp me.
Yes, you just stop presenting. Let the other person 61 present work.
Yes, yes. So second, next one is the 61. So please start presentation. So 61 after 61, so we can come to the
Again.
58. Yes. So you can send me my WhatsApp also. So this is my number.
My screen is visible?
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for providing me the opportunity to present my paper on FRSM 2020 platform. I am Pranjala Shukla. The topic of my presentation is simple statistical comparison of two ragas, Bageshri and Bhimpalasi. To start with, what is raga? Raga is a melodic structure with fixed notes and a set of rules that conveys a particular mood. For this study, we have selected two ragas of Kafi Thaat, namely Bageshri and Bhimpalasi. The reason behind selecting Kafi Thaat is it's one of the ancient Thats and its scale is considered to be as natural scale. Also, the ragas of this Thaat are relatively easier to learn. Now, coming to the ragas, Rag Bageshri is well known for relaxing the senses, and Rag Bhimpalasi brings together a joyful mood. The objective of this study is to examine the dependency of notes on each other using their conditional probabilities, and we will also explore the relative importance of the corresponding notes in the two ragas with reference to their unconditional probabilities. In order to make the study meaningful, we have selected two ragas which belong to same Thaat and uses the same notes. This enables us to demonstrate quantitatively how the note probability changes when the raga is changed. The methodology used in this study are, firstly, the data for all the 12 notes in an octave is gathered for both the raga compositions. Then the unconditional probability of a note, conditional probability, and along with the information content of each note is calculated for both the ragas. Then mean, standard deviation, and coefficient of variation is computed for the melody lengths of each raga compositions. Lastly, chi-square test is performed to examine if the melody lengths are evenly distributed or not for both the raga compositions. Coming to the experimental results, this table shows the melody lengths of both the raga composition. As we can see, both compositions have 5 lines, but the melody lengths vary for every line. Here, I would like to mention that melody length can be understood as the number of notes in a line or a melody. For example, one line of a song. This table shows the probability of notes of Bhim Palasi and Bageshri Raga. The total number of notes in Bhim Palasi composition is 112, while in Bageshri composition it's 93. And so, as we can see in Bhim Palasi note, note ma occurs 25 times out of 112, and similarly, Bageshri, it's 10 times for out of 93, and similarly for other notes as well. This slide shows the information content of notes of Bhim Palasi and Bageshri. The information content is calculating using this formula, minus log of probability of an event. It shows information content shows the surprise factor that a note contains on its occurrence. So in this table, for Bhim Palasi, dha has the highest information content, and for Bageshri, pa has the highest information content, or the highest surprise factor, we can say. This slide shows the mean and standard deviation of melody lengths. Mean is calculated by the summation of all the melody lengths divided by number of lines, and the standard deviation is calculated using this formula. This adjacent figure illustrates the graph between standard deviation versus mean of melody lengths for both the ragas. Moving ahead to coefficient of variation of melody lengths, which is calculated using this formula, that is standard deviation by mean. This table shows that coefficient of variation of Bhim Palasi is slightly higher than that of Bageshri, and the same is depicted by the adjacent figure. Chi-square test. This hypothesis test is performed for determining the relation between the melody lengths in both the ragas. Chi-square value is computed using this formula, and here observed frequency is the actual melody length, and the expected frequency is the mean of all the melody lengths. This table shows that the chi-square value for both the ragas. If these calculated chi-square value is less than the respective tabulated chi-square value in the chi-square table chart, we may adopt the null hypothesis. That is, in our case, is melody lengths are uniformly distributed. We have taken 5% level of significance, and as the number of melody lengths shown in the previous slides is 5 for both the ragas, so the degree of freedom is 5 minus 1, that is 4. Pressing forward to the calculations of conditional probabilities, the conditional probability of a note depends on the previously occurred note. It is calculated using this formula, which says probability of the next note to be B given the current note is A will be given by the ratio of all the occurrences of A followed by B and divided by the total number of occurrences of A. So sa is the last note in both the raga compositions that we have considered for this study. So while computing the conditional probability, as there is no information of the next transition for the last note, we will be reducing the number of occurrences of sa by 1. These two tables displays the conditional probability of Bageshri and Bhim Palasi raga. Here in Bhim Palasi, we can see the probability of occurrence of Re when the current note is Komal Ga is given by 5/15. While if the current note is Ma, the probability of occurrence of Re becomes 0. Similarly, for Bageshri, probability of occurrence of Ma when the current note is Dha is given by 6/18. While if the current note is Pa, the probability of occurrence of Ma becomes 0. Similarly, it's for other notes as well. Here we can see that although the two ragas belong to the same thought and uses the same set of notes, but they differ in several ways. Like this typical note combination that is used and which is specific to both the ragas, or be it the Aro Avro pattern or the relative importance of notes. As a simple example, we can stay on note Pa in Bhim Palasi, but Pa is never a stay note in Bageshri. Now coming to the key findings or conclusions of this study, these figures show the decreasing order of probability of notes for both the ragas. Sa has the highest occurrence of on both the raga compositions, and since information content is inversely proportional to a probability, so in Bhim Palasi, Dha has the highest information content, while Pa has highest information content in Bageshri. This shows that though the notes with greater probability are essential in a raga, but the ones with lesser probability cannot be discarded either, because of the element of surprise that appears on with their occurrence. Going ahead, for both the ragas, Vadi note is Ma and Samvadi note is Sa. But statistically speaking, Sa is the most occurring note in both the raga compositions. Sa being the reference note is present in both the ragas, in every raga, whereas Vadi note is the most important note which is specific to a raga. Hence, our analysis shows that the most important note need not be the one which occurs most frequently statistically. The most important note is the one which have high probability but not necessarily the highest, and maintain its probability throughout the composition. The unconditional probability shows the relative importance of the permissible notes in the raga. The conditional probability is different from the unconditional probability of each note, as we have seen in the previous tables. These difference between conditional and unconditional probability shows that music is not random and notes depend on each other. In chi-square test, the calculated chi-square values for both the ragas were less than the tabulated chi-square value, that is 9.488 at 5% level of significance in the chi-square test chart. This indicates that the our null hypothesis can be adopted, that is, the melody lengths for both the ragas are uniformly distributed over the lines of composition. Lastly, since lesser the coefficient of variation, greater is the consistency, the melody length of Bageshri composition is slightly more consistent than the Bhim Palasi, as the difference between the coefficient of variation for both the ragas was not much, so there is just a slight difference between them. These are the references used in this study. Thank you.
Anyone having any question? No? Anyone?
Thank you for your presentation, sir. Do you have any question?
Angela.
Yes.
Just tell us, you have shown the differences in this Bhagasri and Bhim Palash. What is that new that you have contributed? Is it that these are not known to us?
Sir, actually, using these were the two ragas. Using these two ragas, like I have found that the probability of the Vadi note is not the one which will be the most frequent note in a raga. Like I have used these to find out these key findings.
Okay, and can you go back to your slides are on? Can you show me your slides?
Yeah, sure. Just a
Yeah,
second.
you go to that coefficient of variation.
Yeah.
Oh. Go to your coefficient of variation. Now look, what is your interpretation here? Your interpretation is one is slightly different from others. But look very carefully, it just the difference is 100%.
Yeah. Actually, it's different. Like yeah.
So, okay. Anyway, good presentation. Good work. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So next presentation by Kaushik Banerjee. So paper ID 58, but I have not received the slides yet. So sir and madam, what to do in that case? So I have not received yet.
He already sent. I just talked to him.
He already sent it. Yes, but I have not received yet.
Check your mail.
Yes, yes, I'm checking.
Check
I have
it.
not received. I have not received. No, I have not received yet. Not received yet.
Actually, every day we are learning something in this online mode. I hope
Exactly, sir.
There should be an SI. If you feel that your connectivity is poor, then you share the slides beforehand with us. We will show your slides, you present from there. Maybe our phone also. Can we call and then inquire what is the status?
I have not received till now. I just checked my email. I have not
That's
received.
fine. But what I'm saying is, can we call him?
Yes, he may actually just brief his idea, maybe.
Yeah, without
Okay,
the
I'll
slides.
call him. Yes, no need to slide. He just brief us, then it will okay, I think.
But he has to
I
be
just call him.
contacted. He has to be contacted.
Okay, I'll call him.
You call him, yeah.
Okay. Hello, can you come to that online and you just brief your idea, because I have not received your slides. So you just present yourself on not the slide. Just give an idea. Okay. No. I have not received yet till now. Okay. Yes, but till now I have not received. I have checked. I refreshed my email, spam, everything. I have not received yet. ts.ac.in. Right. Yes. Just now I received. Just now. Okay. So yes. So I'm sharing that one. Okay. I'm sharing that one. Okay. Okay, I have received that one. I just share that part. Okay, is it visible?
Yes. Let him speak.
Okay. So, Mr. Kaushik Banerjee, so are you online? Mr. Kaushik Banerjee?
Yes, sir. May I start?
Yes. You start.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your kind cooperation. Thank you, Chair, ma'am, and everybody. Now, my paper is Style Identification of Vocal Singers in Indian Classical Music using Mir and Andolan. Now, at a glance, here we have tried to identify different khayal singing style by analyzing two ornaments, namely Andolan and Mir. Here, I'd like to say that there are so many ornaments, and each and every one is very important, but we choose these two. Now, we computationally detect the ornaments in khayal performance by various eminent vocal singers in Indian classical music. And data for this analysis, there are 82 songs sung by 21 singers covering 4 ragas, namely Vairo, Todi, Darbari Kannada, and Miyaki Mallar. Only the Alap part has been taken for the experiment, and all of them are very well-known singers. Digitize of the signal was done at the rate of 44,100 sample per second and 16-bit sampling. Now, Mir. Are you listening?
Yes. Carry on.
Yes. You continue.
Okay. Actually, my internet connection is so poor that somehow I think that you are not listening. Okay. Thank you, sir. It is Mir. It is the basic and most essential ornament in Indian music. Can range from a simple span of 2 notes to a whole octave. Now, here is the 6 type, as we divided all those in 6 type of categories. Now, figure 1 shows the nature of 6 different transition categories. In this, the first figure shows the pattern of rise, while the second figure shows the fall. Majority of these 2 types of Mir comprise with 2 to 4 notes transition. The third figure shows the hat category of transition. In this, we found 2 subcategories of hat, vice versa, erect hat and inverted hat. But we have measured the duration of frequency of occurrence of both the category as a whole in a single category hat. In this category, artist glides among 3 to 5 notes, in which one is at the center and the other are at 2 adjacent sides of it. In the next figure, we showed only a few among various types of complex pattern of transition found in all the renditions in this kind of Mir. Various sets of notes combinations were used by the artist, ranging from 4 notes combination to full octave. Next is the table, a frequency occurrence of different categories of Mir. We have identified the transitions among notes of each signals, and then we categorize them into 6 different types. Table 1 shows the frequency of occurrence of transition among notes of 6 categories for all the 4 raga rendering of all 21 artists. From the table 1, it is found that the frequency of occurrence of all 6 categories of transition among notes were found in the signal of the artist FAL and UAH. Artist FAL shows preferences over the complex category of transition. They used other categories of mead judiciously as per the mood of the raga. Mead types are important style sample of the artist FAL. In the signals of artist ABD, an interesting observation was found that the frequency of occurrence of both the concave and the complex type of transition among notes were same. All meads are limited to hat, rise, fall, complex type. Complex category of mead are quite high in the signals of the artist SUN and SUC. In his rendering, the artist JAI, no concave and complex type of transition were found. Mostly rise category, followed by the fall category, are the two most utilized transition type of found in this rendering. If we consider the overall result, we found that maximum occurrence of mead are rise, fall, and hat category, while least are convex category. Now, the next table.
This one?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
This one, this table,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Table
Okay.
2.
Okay.
Here, minimum, maximum, and average mean duration in second and frequency percentage of occurrence of mean average duration of the transition of the frequency of occurrence of transition were also measured and are shown in table 2. Minimum, maximum, and average duration of transition and also the frequency of occurrence of transition are unique and identical in the rendering of the artist AJO, FAL, and DOL. Although the notes and different and type of transitions are different, but these 4 parameters show uniqueness, and hence transitions among notes is definitely a style sample. Now there are a lot of results. Now I come to the for the time. I come to the next point. Andolon. Next slide. It is a slow oscillation applied to a note. It is usually features in ragas that use microtones and is applied to the notes in those ragas that involve the use of microtones. Microtones are unstable pitches that fall between 2 notes and are difficult to sustain. Artists can use this natural instability to their advantage by mastering the andolon and oscillating the note in a controlled fashion of expression, the inner beauty of raga. Now, here is we consider the shortest and the longest andolon type of Komal Ray in Rag Bhairav. Now, we have measured the the next table. We have measured the minimum and maximum duration of oscillation about a note for each raga. Average duration of oscillation about a note and frequency of occurrence of the oscillatory notes, total number of oscillatory notes per second, were also measured. These are shown in the table 4. That means in this table, uniqueness in minimum and maximum duration of oscillatory notes is observed in all the 4 raga renderings of the artist ARS. Majority Andolan duration is observed to be within 2.5 seconds to 3 seconds, but no Andolan duration less than 1 second is observed in any signals. All these 4 categories of oscillatory note duration are similar in all 4 ragas, and majority Andolan duration is observed to be within the range of 2 seconds to 2.5 seconds. Now come to the conclusion. Can you hear me, sir? Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Yes.
We are hearing you. Please continue.
Okay. Now come to the conclusion. Mead can be described as a mode of joining between 2 or more notes by means of uninterrupted graceful glide. As all the artists are eminent, so they left their characteristics in every part of singing, which we identified by our parameters in both Mead and Andolan. As for example, artist ABD is the only artist who used both the concave and the complex type of Mead equally and showed maximum interest over the hat category of Mead. This is definitely a style stamp. Artist AGO showed maximum interest over concave category of the Mead only. Duration and frequency of occurrence of oscillatory notes are unique characteristics of singing style of the artist ARS and SAF, and hence ornament like oscillatory notes is definitely a style sample of these 2 artists. High degree of similarity in oscillatory notes are observed in the rendering of these 2 artists. These parameters are also style sample of artists like ONKWAS, ZAI, ARU, and SAL. Although little difference in duration of frequency of occurrence of oscillatory notes are observed in the rendering of these artists, they have a unique style in production of oscillatory notes. These are the references. Thank you very much. Thank you for your cooperation.
Any question? You can put it down, I think. Any question from anybody? This is the last paper. Anybody? Okay. Professor Roy, you want to say something? Professor Roy?
Professor B.K. Roy, sir.
I think he is disconnected.
Sir, are you there?
No.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir,
yeah.
Do you have any question?
No. Go ahead.
No, it's over. Now it is over. Okay. Now it is over.
I think still get audio connectivity issues are there. So we can go ahead, ma'am. You can stop it. Okay, no question.
Okay. Now if you want to say something.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I have to close this one. Yes, you can. Done.
Okay. Thank
so
you.
Now we have come to end of the session, and thank you to all the researchers for insight into their research findings. I hope that all the listeners present here have learned many things from the presentation, and thank you to the session chairs for conducting the session nicely. Thank you all.
Okay, Professor Roy, you want to give some comments?
Say something? Yes. And Sangamitra Madam also, so you can say something and then we can close this session.
Yeah. Yeah. Ma'am, actually now I basically, that surprise that why Unupam has kept me here.
Exactly, sir. I understand.
Yeah. So I am fond of music.
Okay.
My wife, my son, my daughter, they are all, they are all doing Hindustan classical. My daughter, she is CCNT scholarship holder. So we have a culture of Hindustan classical here at my home. But so far I am concerned, I do not know anything. I am a good listener. I enjoy the song. Okay. But then I really have liked the presentation by all. I was really not wiring, so nicely. Things are being technically analyzed, so this is a very good know-how to me and very good possibly, field of doing something in future. My daughter, she was besides me and I was telling her, look, this is not filled up my cup of tea, rather this is your cup of tea. And she will be joining possibly to some NIT this time. So I said, look, you can also do your work in this direction. Now, so far as work is concerned, I hope we got varieties of work here. Presentation time was very less, so we could not really learn much what they have done. Even in general, I will rather feel that I will rather say to all the authors that for such a short presentation, it's always better if we can try to establish our contribution, my contribution over the others. So instead of spending the 8-9 minutes given for the literature and building and then finally we don't have time to speak, what exactly is my contribution and why I'm claiming that this is my contribution. This is something that basically I have noted in almost all these, and otherwise I found almost all of them has contributed something, and there are still problems because I understand databases are not available, so that itself is a big problem. So I think this has also given a platform that if we can share the database, whatever we have been creating, that itself will be good for all of us to work on this field. With this, I conclude. I give back to ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Professor Roy, for your statements, and which is having several emotional meaning and appreciation towards music. You have allowed everybody to go for music, and you are listening. That means you have the appreciation and the scientific temperament for the music in terms of science. Because unless you would have appreciated it internally, you should have shouted and told that don't make noise. But we have realized that this is not noise, but it is something very, very, very systematic. And about the presentations of the participants, I like to say it is a varied type of presentation. I'm really happy to know that people have started utilizing real sense machine learning techniques, and that will really help people. And as Professor Roy mentioned that the database is poor, yes, the database is very, very poor for Indian music. It is the classical of any language, and it's very poor. And music are there, but we have not preserved it, and not to in digital form also. That is how even I work. I just try to download some of the music songs from the internet. People have stored it as music, as a song to be listened through YouTube or something. But for research purposes, databases are not available. I hope that institutes like Silchar or some central institutes, they can offer for this, and they can request the government of India to finance them so that they can prepare the resource, particularly for database, speech database, different type of speech database. And about the work, I like to say that it has the students have discussed, participants have discussed about artificial intelligence approach towards folk song. And here in the folk songs, I had the opportunity to listen to the Jhumur, which is the original song of Santalis. I have to Mr. Himadri Mukherjee, I like to say that you please link this. It is very, very, very rhythmic. I think most rhythmic song. And when these people, they really sing this song naturally, their body moves like a wave. So what is the wave, the relationship? Because it all depends upon the brain, by which when we cognize a particular music, at that time our body is making rhythms. So if you can make such type of analysis, it will be of great help. And not only the brain, but also it is having some impact on our body physically. Like when we become happy, some of the people, they just try to set their thighs. So that means it said that when we become happy, that means for the mental status, our body executes. So music is having so eternal influence on the brain. So we can make several analysis for that, and will come out, because now people have already realized that speech is something which should be attempted as early as possible, because the AI has become a jargon, and wherever you go, they will just do a little of machine translation or OCR, etc. But they are not touching speech. Last Sunday, I was attending an international conference on AI and machine learning. So there, everyone told about COVID-19 detection and the detection, machine translation, summarization, but no one discussed about speech, or they didn't say a single line about the future of speech research under artificial intelligence or machine learning. So I hope that this particular group, which has been visualized by Professor Datta, will go a long way, and it will help the youngsters, those who are working in the field with such interest. They will be benefited, and they will be having a control over the society. The other papers like Shruti detection and noise, the 3 papers are there for Shruti detection. These are quite original thinking, and if you really make some original contribution to Shruti, then the music will have a proper classification for us. And we can, classification means we can make a hierarchy of that which music has started first and which later. So like your decision tree. Noise removal is being done by Manmohan Dogra, and noise removal, I think you just go to a little deep, because it was not that clear from your work. It was a bit heavy. And the other papers like perception and the similarity, Hindustani classic, it is domain specific, but good approach, and the analytical comparison of raga identification. It's a very lingering work. People are working from a long time, and the result is not always satisfactory. So people go on. It is an internal problem, perhaps. About multimodal sentiment analysis, when we say, I like to say that rightly you have placed the word sentimental, because we should avoid the word emotion. Means we should never make it equivalent to sentiment, because these two are different things. For example, those who are having a good sentiment or sentimental, this will be a topic under emotion analysis, emotional intelligence for business application. Whereas sentiment of a person with respect to music or speech is something different, which is having a native relationship, and we can go for internal cognition analysis. It's a good approach, but further studies are necessary. Then style identification of vocal singers. Yes, you have to identify and make a classification. We have to go for different type of machine learning classification techniques, and that will help us to go for the classification as early as possible. That means avoiding time complexity. And this statistical comparison with Bhagasri and Bhimpalati, the Pranjala Shukla who presented, it was a wonderful work. And in this way, if we make the comparison, we know we have got the minute phone of the music. That is how I think all the presentations were wonderful. And I hope these youngsters, those who are pursuing their research, they will take forward this research and speech and music further height. And I wish them all success. And I like to thank everybody for their patient hearing, and Silchar, NIT Silchar for giving me this opportunity, Professor Bandopadhyay and Professor Datta for thanking me, and Professor Basu. How are you? Thank you very much. Hope to see you again next year. Physically. Thank you, Dr. Pakrai, for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rai.
Thank you, madam.
For sharing the session. Okay, we have now next session, session 2.
Okay.
With us, Professor Das. Good afternoon, Professor Das. And Professor Emile is with us since morning. Thank you, sir. So I'll hand over to Dr. Chamapada Mukherjee, who will be coordinating this session, session number 2. So over to Chamapada Mukherjee.
Okay, namaskar. Good afternoon. Can we take over and continue the session without?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Welcome. Maybe for the presenters who just joined us, we have some difficulties here, digital difficulties with the PowerPoints, etc. Let's try to keep a little bit track on time. I know you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and then we have 3 to 5 minutes for the Q&A sessions. So welcome all. I would like to invite the first speaker, which is on my paper, the ID number 13, Pinaki Gayan, and the team from the Indian Institute of Kharagpur.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Pinaki is present. Please, could you pull up your PowerPoint?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I have the PowerPoint. Good morning, sir.
Okay,
Please load
the
it.
floor is yours. Without further ado,
is it visible, sir?
It's coming up. Takes a few seconds. Please stand by.
and we had a sort of separation of tasks between myself and Professor Das. I will introduce the speakers, and then Professor Das will do the Q&A. But go ahead, please.
Sir, is it visible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So the work is related to music and visual and the intermedial relationship. The title of the study is The Influence of Music on Image Making or on Painting, an exploration of intermediality between music interpretation and figurative representation. This is a group work, and I will be presenting. I'm Pinaki Gayan, and June Muni also worked with this paper with us, and Professor Tejashi Patnaik is my supervisor, who also contributed in this work. So I'm going to start. So I actually did a master's and bachelor's degree in visual arts. While I was in my bachelor and master degree in art college, I noticed that most of the students, while they depict images, they listen to several music clips, instrumental music, various types of music. And we actually wanted to know whether music has any influence on painting or not. This was the basic question. And as we know that music evokes emotional responses, it also evokes visual imagery that is closely linked with the emotion evoked. And so the primary question was the influence of music on paintings. And we have also noticed that in the Western countries, many artists also work on the translation of music into painting, like Vasily Kandinsky was an abstract artist who did many works on music and visuals. And probably you have, you may know John Case. He also did many line drawings, and he also was a great composer, music composer, who did many indeterminate music. So there was actually a relationship between music and visuals, and most of the researchers, we noticed that they worked on the translation aspects of this area. But in the Indian cultural context, we have not seen any research which actually explores extensively in the intermediality between music and paintings. So here, this is the overview of the work. Musical features, how musical features evoke different emotions, and it also evokes visual imagery, and how artists' subjective interpretation gets represented into paintings. We know that there are three types of representation technique. One is first one is iconic, second one is indexical, and third one is symbolic. Iconic is a direct representation like a photograph. Indexical is a cause-effect relationship, and symbolic is symbolic representation, which is very much culture specific, subjective as well. And in this kind of representation, mainly two major visual features are used, which are line and color, and obviously the topic of the painting. The objective of the study was what are the representational strategies that are used to respond to Hindustani classical music clips through figurative visuals. Do emotions play a key role in the way that the two mediums are interrelated? So we actually we have chosen two music clips, Komal Bishop Asavari and John Puri music clip. And previously we actually did a survey where these two music clips were uploaded and audience had to respond. We found that the slow tempo music clips, Komal Bishop Asavari, has been identified as sad music or calm music, and the fast tempo music has been identified as happy. So we to explore the intermediate relationship, an experimental study was conducted with 70 students aged between 18 to 22 years. The study was conducted in IIT Kharagpur, and the two music clips were played separately into different classrooms, and we asked the participants to depict the whatever while they were listening to the music clip, whatever image comes to their mind, they had to depict the images. Now, after getting many images, we did content analysis using inter-rater reliability method, where three experts were there, and we coded the images in terms of color usage, line usage, topic of the image, and the title of the image. We found that for the slow tempo music, most of the students have depicted negative content like very sad events, accidents, war, and tree without leaves, and natural hazards. Many negative contexts they depicted, as well as they also means they depicted peaceful images like someone is sitting under a tree, landscape. This kind of images they depicted. For the fast tempo music, we found that they depicted joyful content like marriage, birthday, traveling somewhere. This kind of, and for the slow tempo music, they used mostly dull colors like gray, black, deep blue, brown. And for the fast tempo music, they use light colors, light green, light yellow, light blue, orange. This kind of light colors they use. So after the semiotic analysis, we found that for the sadness, great degree of dark colors have been used, like gray, brown, as I have told already. These are the percentage of the color usage. And we also found that the fast tempo music not only evokes a happy emotion, they also evoke peaceful, romantic emotions. And the paintings were actually showing that. And the slow tempo music mainly evoked emotions such as sadness and calmness. And we also did semiotic analysis depending upon the representation. We found that great degree of indexical representation, iconic representation, and symbolic representation, but the iconic representation was high, very high, and indexical was also there, and the topics are like this: landscape, human being, musical instrument, human being, death. These are the topics of the painting for the two music clips. At the right side, fast tempo, and the left side, this is for slow tempo music. So the conclusion is like this. We wanted to know what kind of representational study artists use in order to translate the Indian classical music. So we found that the iconic representation is very high, and the indexical and symbolic representation are also there, but not that much. And for and the second findings, which tells that emotion plays the key role between these two mediums. The same thing happens while they listen to music and while they depict images. Sad music evokes sad emotions and they depict sad paintings. Similarly, happy music clip evokes happy music, happy emotions, and they depict happy emotions in the painting. So these were the findings. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the audience? Questions or queries?
Maybe then I.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yes.
The internet connection in the beginning was pretty poor, at least on this side of the screen. Your research sort of begs for the term synesthesia. Have you considered incorporating that? You most likely have, but I did not hear the term.
Sir, can you please repeat the word? Can you please?
Synesthesia.
Synesthesia. Okay. Yeah. No, I didn't use this specific method in my research. Mainly, I wanted to know what kind of intermediality is there between musical notes and the visual features.
Okay, thank you.
I may incorporate this concept in my next study. Thank you very much for the suggestion.
Because that is in Western classical music, it's a very relevant topic that a lot of composers see colors when they define their notes.
Yes, sir. I have noticed in many research papers here. Thank you.
Okay. We can go to the next paper.
May I then invite paper number 20, Manoy Kaushik from Bombay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, welcome. Can you pull up your PowerPoint? Full screen. There's always a time lapse.
Sorry, sir. Just a second. Can't do this.
Perhaps I can ask Shyamapada Mukherjee a question. Is she behind the screen as well? Maybe she can assist you. Yeah, it's coming up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I am Shikharani. My paper ID is 20, and my topic is vocalist identification in audio song using convolutional neural network. In this presentation, we will discuss about a deep learning approach to identify the vocalist in a song. Following are the section we are going to discuss: introduction, dataset description, and so on. There are millions of songs in the world, and manually it is a big task to classify song according to the vocalist. Music company often face these type of challenges in the vocalist identification automation. I will discuss about how to eliminate the song according to the vocalist identification through manually. Search algorithm can efficient recognition songs and performing artist in it, but these algorithms make use of pattern matching in a database and therefore cannot be generalized over already known song. Earlier, MFCC feature are used as a feature to train machine learning model, but there is a loss of temporal structure in MFCC feature. And the CNN is used to extract temporal structure feature from the convert audio spectrogram. And data description. Originally, we have collected 122 audio songs during very 3 to 5 minutes. Two segments are extract from each song with 1 minute duration. So total 244 audio clips we have in the data set. Total 4 singers we have included in the data set named Rafi, Lata, Mukesh, and Kishore. That data set is divided into training set and validation set. The training set is 75% and validation set is 25% of the complete data set. We can say data set ratio is 3:1 of 244 audio clip. In the pre-processing, extract the audio segment where each audio file sampling rate is 4.4 kilohertz, and then audio clip has to be trimmed with the help of thresholding value, and normalization approach apply on the trim data. Normalization approach help to remove the effect of different range value in the numeric column of the database. And then apply zero data padding, and STFT is a representation of a signal in the time domain frequency, and we can say STFT proposed frequency information over time interval, and it is a divide time signal into a segment of equal duration. And spectrogram is a spectrogram is the output of STFT. Spectrogram is a visual representation of signal strength, and it has a represent of time in x-axis and a frequency represent in y-axis. And we have adopt CNN architecture, which contain 2 convolutional layer and 2 max pooling layer and 2 dropout layer, so that computer complexity can be reduced, and one flatten layer, one flatten layer which flatten all the 80 neurons into a single layer. The last 2 layer of all 81280 neurons are dense connectly to the 16 neurons of the next dense layer. There is a 16 neurons further connected to the 4 neurons as to the 16 neurons, one further connect to the 4 neurons, as we have only 4 classes in our data set. And sigmoid activation function uh, is used in the first dense layer, and while softmax activation function used in the final output to classify the audio file. And it consists total 1303044 trainable parameter, and for loss function we used a categorical cross entropy. Here padding is 1, 0 padding is set to be 1, and the layer only valid input data. So, and 16 convolutional filter in each convolutional layer. Input size of 1024 into 87, and dropout rate is 40% and 45% in the first and second dense layer respectively. There is a number of parameters, so that number of parameter can be reduced, and SGD stochastic gradient descent activation function is used in output layer. It is a iterative function, and that it is used to optimize with the suitable smoothness properties. And this is a this model architecture with the number of parameters shown in the table, and this is the number of layers and output shape. And this confusion matrix show this confusion matrix show how many correct and incorrect prediction are made by the model in validation for all the classes. And this model is trained over 30 epochs and 350 batches step per epoch, and 150 batches for validation generation. The overall accuracy is 60.656%, and highest accuracy is coming in Lata Mangeshkar, 68.75%. This table represents the accuracy for each singer. Thank you.
Okay, Shikha, I would like to ask the first question. Okay,
yes.
So you have looked at effectively a four-way classification, okay,
Yes, sir.
of a singer's voice by taking sufficient duration length, of the song, okay, of the
Yes,
songs that are there, okay. Now, one thing which is clear is that you have used the visual representation of singing, which also includes the music, okay. So the background music is also inclusive in the spectrograms that we saw, okay.
Yes,
So
yes,
do you think it's a good representation for a singer where the music component is inclusive in the music, in the recording?
um, actually, sir, maybe.
See the type of music that is there will also influence the singing characteristics. All
Yes,
right.
sir.
So that also will deviate your results. So my main this thing what I wanted to point out is that you should take vocals only if possible. Okay. So that will help.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that will help in a big way. Okay. Questions,
Yes,
please,
sir.
from the audience and everyone. Yes, please.
Actually, sir, machine learning was used in earlier paper. It had 58% accuracy.
Right.
Then we're thinking CNN give more
There is
accurate.
some improvement. There is some
Yes,
improvement over it.
yes,
See, the basic idea here is that can you identify for which cases you get better results and where it failed poorly. That gives you the idea of the model that you have used. Okay, the architecture is good, but then you have to know where it is more sharp. Okay, so that is where, my suggestion is to analyze the model with the data that you have, and maybe take a few friends of yours and also rerun this over several places, and then go about finding out only for voices. Because my take on this is that music will definitely deviate your results. Okay, because that is an
Yes.
ingredient inside the composite signal. Okay, right.
Yes,
Anyway,
sir.
good work. Okay,
Uh,
go on. Yes,
Thank you,
yes.
sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Please go to the next presenter.
Okay, may I then invite the paper 24, which is the Silchar team with Anupam Biswas and Yashwant Singh, Ranjit Kumar.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Shall I start the
You,
presentation?
Yes,
yeah,
please
please,
go
you
ahead.
pull up
Share
the
your.
slides.
Yes.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening to all session chair, fellow authors, and participants. Myself, Yashwant Singh from Computer Science Department, NIT Silchar, is going to present paper ID 24 on Swaragram, a Shruti-based chromogram from Indian classical music. My fellow co-authors are Ranjit Kumar and Dr. Anupam Biswas from Department of Computer Science and Engineering, NIT Silchar. I would like to extend my gratitude to the FRSM committee for accepting our paper. These are the contents that I will present. First of all, I would like to acknowledge SERB DST for sponsoring this research work. Let's start with the motivation behind this work. We have observed many advances in computational musicology for Western music. A lot of novel techniques are developed over the past 2 decades to fully analyze Western music. These advances are fairly documented and readily available, whereas for the Indian classical music has remained unexplored from the researchers. It is not available as much as the Western music, and it is due to the fact that the Guru Sishya pedagogy that is followed in the Indian classical music. So we have a limited tool set for the Indian classical music. Before moving on with the main content, let's get familiar with the following terms. That is Western music, which comprises of polyphonic compositions constructed by using harmonies and rhythms. Indian classical music, as a lot of authors have explained it, but I will summarize it as it is primarily created using different melodies constructed with the framework of rags, the shruti. It is the smallest interval of pitch that the human ear can detect and a singer or a musical instrument can produce. And raga, very important for Indian classical music, is a melodic framework for improvisation akin to a melodic mode in Indian classical music. And at last, the technique which it is based on, chromogram, is a powerful tool set for analyzing music whose pitches can be meaningfully characterized often into 12 categories in the Western music, and whose tuning approximate to the equitempered scale. For developing Swaragram, we have followed this methodology. It starts with the tonic identification, that is sarja in the Indian classical music, followed by computing relative swara frequencies, then the logarithmic frequency pooling based on the Shruti scale, and at last swara binning. Let's look at the first step, which is tonic identification. Tonic or the sarja is the basis of nad, or the musical sound in the classical music. Other musical sounds or swaras are derived from the sarja. In Indian classical performer chooses the tonic frequency, which acts as a reference, and other accompanying artists uses this for the reference and for tuning their instruments. We have used a fairly accurate algorithm available in the essential library for this tonic identification. The next step of the process is computing relative swara frequencies. After computing the tonic, we need to find out the center frequencies of the saptaks, which is octave in the Western music. Swara frequencies are calculated using the table shown here in the table 1, which gives the frequency ratios of all other shrutis in a saptak relative to a shadja. The swara of a mandra saptak or the tar saptak is in ratio 2 with the madhyam saptak. These 22 shrutis shown in this table is often aggregated into 12 swaras depending on the rag. Next step is logarithmic frequency pooling based on the table shown, this table 1. Our perception, human perception of music is logarithmic in nature, and we hear sound notes which are octave apart to be similar. For this pooling purpose, we have used MIDI pitches often used in the Western music from 0 to 127, taking 12 values in an octave. To get the representation and the idea, we assign each spectral coefficient calculated using the STFT to a swara group with the center nearest to the calculated frequency based on the table shown previously. And this clubbing is done using this equation 1. Then each pitch value has a bandwidth of BW as shown in the equation 2. Based on this set P we get from equation 1, we obtained the frequencies for pitches from 0 to 127 by using a simple pooling procedure shown as in the equation 3. So at the end of this step, we have a matrix which has a frequency domain values varying from 0 to 127. Final step of this process is swara binning. We club those 127 values into 12 swara groups representations as similar to the chromogram representation. We have implemented this as a Python implementation and released it as a GNU GPL license, and it can be found here as shown in this link. Some of the functionality is shown in this table. The Python implementation is divided into 2 submodules to keep the collision minimum and allow implementation of new features independent to the core module. Now we have used this toolbox, and for the raga classification, we have done a primary test. So I have not shown whole results, but summarized here. It has been studied very widely in the past, raga classification, and most of the techniques uses pitch class distribution or vector space modeling. A chromogram is a fairly widely used tool set in the Western music, and not so much used in the Indian classical music. But in our observations, the efficiency or the effectiveness was not up to the mark. So we have used chromogram and swaragram and compared their effectiveness on a subset of Dunia dataset, which is widely available, provided by MTG Group. We have used 20 hours of recording from of 16 rags out of 203 available in the Dunia dataset. And the accuracies obtained for the chromogram and swaragram are shown here. We have obtained 66% accuracies for the chromogram, and an average is obtained 81% for the swaragram. To understand this more, I have included an excerpt of Indian classical music. This is a Rag Bhopali. the grammar of Rag Bhupali is shown as here. Its swaras are shown here. These are the valid or the permissible swars, and these ma and na are the forbidden ones. It's avro and avro, jatis and all other things of Rag Bhupali is shown in this table. After computing the chromogram and the swaragram, the representations are like this for this Indian classical music sample. Here we can see in the in the figure 2, we can clearly see that ma and na are absent in this image or the representation of swaragram, which is true to the grammar of the Rag Bhupali. Whereas if we see the figure 1, this figure is quite muddled and it is hard to discern any pattern from this. So I conclude my presentation by summarizing what our work has achieved. We have presented a feature which is more akin to the Indian classical music. We have provided an open source Python implementation, which is available on the GitHub, and other researchers are welcome to explore it. And we have shown an application of this toolbox along with suggestions to improve. Future work of this could incorporate improvement to the technique as well as the Python source itself. Another is the tightly integration of the tonic identification. We have used Essentia here, but in a future improvement to this tool set could be tight integration of tonic identification so that there is no third party dependency. And at last, to explore other use cases of this feature and toolbox. These are the references.
Thank you, Yashwan. Questions from the audience? There are no questions. We can move to the next paper.
Okay, thank you. Then I would like to type number paper 25. Ankit Kumar. Arias Kumar Agarwal. I don't see them on my screen. Oh, it's good. Sharing the slides. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone, is my PPT is visible?
Yes,
Can I start?
please go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello all, myself Ankit Kumar, and I'm presenting my work, which is a bilingual TDNN LSTM acoustic modeling for limited resource Hindi and Marathi language ASR. So speech recognition is a simply speech to text conversion. It has a lot of application which we can apply into the automobile industries, medical transcription, dictation writing, and many more. And based on the problem areas, the problem is difficult just because as the number of speaker is increasing, the speaking rate, their pronunciation, accent is creating a problem for the ASR, and the accuracy of the ASR system will reduce. As the number of vocabulary sizes increases, this will create as a computational load became very heavy, as well as the speaking style like isolated and continuous speech and the conversational speech and the spontaneous speech have the different difficulties to deal with it. Except this, we have the acoustic environment. If we have a meeting rooms and the cocktail party effect, in such an acoustic environment, the accuracy of the ASR system will degrade. So this is the basic architecture. I just quickly describe the diagram. We just first pre-process the audio speech and then extract the useful features by using the feature extraction, and then we do the acoustic modeling and language modeling, and then decoder will recognize the speech and the back end we will get the text transcription of the audio which we given as an input. So in this work, we use the two architecture of the neural network. First is the time delay neural network, TDNN. In this TDNN, we use the asymmetric context window with the 11 frame at the left hand side and the 9 frame at the right hand side. And to reduce the computational load, we use the subsampling based TDNN architecture, in which not calculating the whole activation at a whole, we just splicing a window and take a two at a time to calculate the activation for the next layer. So this is our proposed architecture, in which we use the Hindi and Marathi data set. As there is a problem with Hindi that we don't have the open source freely available data set for Hindi language. We have a very limited data set for Hindi, which is around 2.5 hours. So we just take a help of the similar language, which is the Marathi, combine their lexicon and extract their features, and train their baseline model using Gaussian mixture model and HMM acoustic model. And we use the Kaldi toolkit to train that model. And by using the alignment generated by the baseline model, we train our proposed TDNN LSTM acoustic model, and we decode by using the particular language at the top of that to get the Hindi as well as the Marathi text transcription from this combined bilingual ASR system. So for corpus description, we have a Hindi data set developed by the TIFR, and with sampling rate is 16 kilohertz, and we randomly select the 18 speakers out of this, out of 100 speakers, and 24 testing. For Marathi language, we use a speech corpus received from the IIT Guwahati Winter School in 2017. And the duration and the other details is mentioned in the table. We have a 2,345 unique words for Hindi language, which we used in the training. We didn't include the testing utterances here. And in total, we have 108 phones, Hindi and Marathi both, when we combine the lexicon, in which 20 phones were common in Hindi and Marathi. And as a monolingual ASR system, when we train by using the 68 phone for Hindi and 69 phones for Marathi. So this is the monolingual readings. First, we train the baseline model by using the 39 male frequency substral coefficient features. And at the back end, we use the language modeling of trigram, and the language model is trained by using the SRILM toolkit. And we got the 33 and 54% word error rate. And then we, using the alignment of baseline model, and we train the DNN model by using the 40 F-bank features, and we got the 29 and 52 word error rate, getting some improvement. But when we switch to the TDNN model, we get the huge improvement, like 18.40 for Hindi and 44.45 for Marathi language. In the same way, in the TDNN architecture, we stack the 3 LSTM layer of the size 256, and we append the 3 pitch features along with that, and we apply the 5-fold speed perturbation to artificially increase the size of dataset. And we use the 100-dimensional I factor. We concatenate these features, and at the back end, we use the language modeling of interpolated trigram and 4-gram language modeling. And the best result of 13.2 and 37.95 we get for Hindi and Marathi language. So this is all about the monolingual ASR system. But when we combined the Hindi and Marathi dataset and train and decode, we get improvement. This table is described the improvement for Hindi language, And trigram, interpolated trigram and foregram language modeling used at its performing well in the last experiment. And we found the approximately 2% absolute improvement by using the TDNN LSTM architecture. So this is the graph which shows the improvement when we switches to the monolingual to the multilingual ASR system. And the same improvement we found for the Marathi language. So the best result for Marathi, we got the 32.05. So the conclusion is when we combine the language of the similar family like Indo-Aryan family, we get relatively 15% improvement over the baseline model. And in future, the research work can be focused to the additional language. We can combine the similar type of language to the multilingual ASR system, and we can apply the different type of neural network architecture, as LSTM have a problem with the gradient descent and vanishing problem. So that could be focused on the future. So that's all for this work. And these are the references. Any questions? You can ask.
Yes, questions from the audience. Well, I have a query basically. So it appears that if you join two data sets, that is the Hindi data set and the Marathi data set, and pull them together and then train them, and then of course try to do the classification, it appears to give you superior results. Okay, so can you possibly have a reason for it? How come? I would personally feel it would confuse more. So how would you justify that?
Actually, Hindi and Marathi, two languages are the more similar, which having the more common phone sets. Like in this experiment, we found that 29 phones are common in the lexicon of the Hindi and Marathi, and the many words are the same in the Hindi and Marathi.
Right. So there are several common words that are there. So can we consider that with the availability of more data, then again, different data sets would give you, superior results. So is it the paucity of data that is, giving you difficult, less, performance?
Yeah, definitely. You have a very good suggestion, and in future I will try to do the work in your suggestion. But initially, what we get an idea that if we combine the languages of two similar kind, what would be the result we get?
Right. So that is a significant finding, that if you have similar languages, a basic study of the language which pulls the common words together can actually enhance the quality of the analysis. So that is a significant finding. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We can move to the next presentation.
Okay, thank you. May I then invite paper number 28, Burna Chatterjee and Nadida Farin.
Yes, sir.
Burna Chatterjee, yeah. Please share your PowerPoint with us.
Okay, yes, sir. I'm sharing.
Your affiliations from Harvard and Brandeis University. Yeah, it's there. Maybe make it full screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
So good evening, everyone. I'm audible?
Let's go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. So paper ID 28, machine learning. Title is Machine Learning Approach for Audio Surveillance Using R. Myself is Subarna Chatterjee. from Department of Computer Science, Rama University of Applied Science, Bangalore. And this work is done by my student, Nida Farhi. So on behalf of her, today I am presenting. So directly I'm going to the introductions. So compared to video surveillance, the main advantage of audio surveillance systems are they do not have to deal with variations in illumination conditions and can work during day and night time. They require less storage space, hence need lower computations during information processing. But in open environments,
could you please move a little bit closer to the microphone? It's barely audible. Excuse me.
oh, now you can hear, sir?
Yeah, this is better. Thank you.
Welcome. So, but in the open environment, the main challenge is to eliminate the background noise. Feature extraction technique is one of the important aspects of the speaker identification, which influence this process and performance. Now, the methodology used here, the data set, first of all, the data sets. So here we have considered the real-time audio samples, which are taken from open web source called OpenSLR. The SLR41 file is chosen here, which has high quality TTS data of Javanese speech. It contained multiple speakers and both male and female audio samples are present. Now the methods used here, two algorithms are designed for this problem. First one is to identify the speaker and secondly to identify the gender of the speaker. Figure 1 shows the functional block of the proposed algorithm, which has 5 parts: pre-processing of the audio samples, feature extraction, then data extraction, and then the classification. The classification block consists of training and testing. Now the first algorithm for speaker identifications. So first step is to read the audio files. Here we have used R tool to simulate the model. So these functions is used for in case of R tool, and this one is done for all the 5 datasets has been taken from the data source. Now data preprocessing. Each audio samples is passed through a windowing technique. Hamming window is used here as it compresses and reduces the speech signal without the loss of informations. The Hamming window has restricted the audio samples from the datasets to 512 points or samples in the audio wave. Feature extraction. Echostat function is used here for extracting the features from the audio wave. It works in the principle of short-term Fourier transform that converts the audio wave into frequency and time domain matrix, and the resulting matrix will have a time and frequency curve. Now each curve is considered as probability mass function and is transformed into cumulative distributed function. Now from each CDF, median, initial percentile value, terminal percentile value, interpercentile range are measured. Now P1, P2 and IPR are defined in fraction parameters. The function returns a list of 10 parameters. From that, here we have chosen 8 parameters as the features from the 5 audio waves of the 5 datasets. Now time P1, time M, time P2 and time IPR are calculated with respect to time, and frequency P1, frequency M, frequency P2 and frequency IPR are calculated with respect to frequency. Now step 4, that is data preparation. After all 8 features are extracted from each of the datasets, the results we get from 50 samples of the 4 datasets and 12 samples from the 5th datasets. So both are having 8 features each and gives a total of 50 multiplied by 4, that is 200 plus 12, that is total of 212 samples. So 212 rows by 8 columns is the total dimensions of the datasets, that is 212 audio samples and 8 are the extracted features. Now a output variable y is created to label the audio samples and is added as a last column. So now the new dimension of our datasets will be 212 by 9. Now class label assigned to dataset 1 is class 1. Similarly, dataset 2, 3, 4 and 5 are class 2, class 3, class 4 and class 5. Classifier will classify the dataset into its class levels to identify the correct speaker. Now classifications. Here we have used three classification techniques, that is CART, KNN and random forest. And here we have divided the datasets into 7:3 ratio for training and testing purpose. So 70% of the data, that is out of 212 samples, 149 samples are used for training the classifier. The performance accuracy is checked through the statistical summary. And if it is performing well, then the remaining 30% of the data is used for testing. Otherwise, we will change the model. Now the same steps are repeated for gender identification algorithm with only one difference, that is it will going to be classified into two class, that is male and female. Now algorithm for gender identification. So step 1 and 2, 3 will be same for speaker identification. Step 4 will be data preparation, same as for speaker identifications. The class level assigned to dataset 1, 2 and 3 are class 1, and for 4 and 5 will be class 2. Class 1 represents male voice and class 2 represents female voice. And step 5 will be same as speaker identifications. Now these are the analysis and results. Time and frequency curve of the signal sample for dataset 1 and 2 using R tool. Here for dataset 3 and 4, for 5 dataset 5 using R tool. Now table 1 represents the statistical summary of the 5 samples taken from 5 datasets. Now we can see that wave object shows same sampling rate for all the 5 samples, that is 48 kilohertz. Same channels, all the channels are mono channels are used here, and 16-bit value are used here. Only the difference is number of samples and the duration of the web file. Now the summary of the statistics of the channels shows of the same 5 samples and taken from the 5 different datasets. It shows the web objects 1 to 5 shows the different values for minimum, first quartile, median, mean, third quartile and maximum. Only the median value for object 1 and object 2 are same. So median represents the center value of the data. Minimum and maximum shows the range of the data, and first quartile and third quartile gives the sense of spread of the data. Now table 2 shows the confusion matrix, statistical summary, testing result of the classifier CART. It is calculated by using R tool. Same calculation is done for KNN using R tool. Table 3 shows that one. Table 4 is for random forest classifier. Now table 5 shows the comparison of the 3 classifier that are used here. So here accuracy and kappa value has been calculated to compare the 3 classifier. Now random forest shows the best results here. The average accuracy for KNN classifier is 93.3%. For CART it is 98.8%, and for random forest it is 100%. And for kappa, the average kappa value for KNN classifier is 91.3, and for CART it is 98.6, and for random forest it is 100%. Now this is the conclusions. So here we have used acoustic functions and STFT for audio surveillance, and we have used KNN, CART and random forest classifier. And for validation and analysis for each classifier is compared by means of accuracy statistics measures such as mean, median, kappa values, and these are the results. And here the references which are used. Now, any questions?
Thank you for the presentation, Sudhaka. Questions from the audience? Okay, I have a small query here. Okay, so you have used 5 speakers, right? Is that true? So 2
5,
female
yes,
speakers and 3 male speakers, right?
5
So,
different dataset has been used, yes.
okay, right. In this case, did you try to sort of plan a cross-fold, validation check? Because that would give you more stable results since you are already getting high scores of almost 100%. So you need to find out whether the training has got, something to do with the data is used for the training has got something to do with a high score like that. Okay.
Yeah, we will. We will do in future then.
Okay. Yeah, any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
We
sir.
can go to the next presentation.
Yes, we go from audio surveillance to music therapy. Then may I invite paper number 38, Milin Nemade. Are you present?
He is present.
Okay. May I invite you to share your slides with us on full screen?
Milin Nimade, can you hear us? Please unmute your mic.
Yes, we can understand you and your PowerPoint is visual.
Unmute your mic, please. Milind.
Apologies, I did not completely understand that.
I'm requesting Milind, you switch on your mic, please.
Sounds like a internal conversation.
I think he has some issue with his network.
We don't see a PowerPoint.
Yeah, I think he was trying to upload.
Okay. Maybe you should put your volume slightly down because it gives a lot of distortion.
Your slide is visible. Yes, please go ahead.
Maybe turn to full screen. Yeah, great.
Milind, please switch on your microphone, please. We can see your slides, but your mic is off. Anupam. Anupam.
Dear colleague Das, I do not recognize the voices. Is that the voice of the presenter or is that the voice of the organization, the technical assistant?
Sir, actually, this is the coordinator of the session. I am trying to connect with the presenter.
Okay, thank you.
I think we can move ahead with the next presentation. In the meantime, Dr. Mukherjee can, call him up and, get the slides in order. Okay?
Yeah, that's great, sir. We can move ahead for the next one.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, that would be number 46, Charles Brazier, Gerard Wittmer from Jan Kepler University.
Hi everyone, do you hear me?
Yes.
So I will put my camera. Normally you can see me now.
Yes.
And I will share my screen. I will put on full screen, and normally in a few seconds it will be good to start, right?
Yeah. Ready when you are.
Okay. Hi everyone. It's a pleasure to share this work with you today. My name is Charles Brazier. I am a PhD student at the Institute of Computational Perception at the Johannes Kepler University in Linz in Austria. And today we'll present you a joint work that has been done with Professor Gerard Wittmer, which is entitled Addressing the Recitative Problem in Real-Time Opera Tracking. So I don't know if you are familiar with opera and with recitatives, but first of all, I will explain the main task of this work, which is called score following. Score following aims at synchronizing in real time an audio recording to its corresponding sheet music. So on the left side, you can see like the live performance that we want to align with the score, the corresponding score, in order to retrieve in real time the current score position through time. So the classical method is to first use a symbolic representation of the score, which can be like MIDI format or MEI format. Then, thanks to sound founds, we can synthesize this symbolic representation. And then we try to align the synthesized audio from the score and the live performance in extracting same audio features and in using like a alignment algorithm such as hidden Markov model or dynamic term wrapping in order to retrieve the score position through time. Concerning the specific case of opera, so the goal is clear. The goal is to develop an opera listener capable of following the opera performance along its respective sheet music. The applications are multiple, such as real-time subtitles, display, automatic page turner, and so on. But it's a really challenging task because of, first, the complexity of the musical work, involving a lot of musicians, a lot of soloist singers using specific singing techniques. And the technique that I presented just before cannot work because the full opera scores in machine-readable format is next to impossible to get it. So the common strategy in opera score following is to not to do directly audio to score alignment, but to do audio to audio alignment in using not a synthesized version of the score, but in using a real other performance as a reference. So basically we have before the live performance the same reference that has been recorded. Of course, it requires manual annotations to link this reference performance to the score. And from this performance, the reference performance and the live performance that we want to align to the score, that we will call the target, we extract the same audio features and we use DMFCCs in that case. We use the dynamic tau wrapping algorithm for alignment, and we retrieve the current score position through time. So of course, because we work on opera data, opera annotations are needed, but in the research field there is no such data set is freely available. So we have to create our own. So we are focusing on that work on only one opera performance, which is Don Giovanni by Mozart, in three different recordings. So that you can see in the table, the first line represents the reference performance, that is beforehand the live performance aligned to the score with manual annotations. It requires a lot of manual annotations, more than 5,000 bar level annotations per performance. And then the live performance, as called the target, we are using 2 performances given by the Vienna State Opera partnership of this project. And of course, it requires also to annotate manually those performances in order to evaluate the tracking accuracy. Now, let me briefly introduce the recitatives, which are a particular part of the opera. Recitatives are the heart of the opera in the sense that they allow a fast progression in the story. They also emphasize the text content and not the music content. And a nice definition that I have found in the dictionary is that a recitative is a rhythmically free vocal style that imitates the natural inflections of speech. And those recitatives are particularly challenging to track because of acoustic conditions. First, like the voice quality is altered by during the actor's movement on stage. Second of all, the singing voice is acted, so it can be whispered, spoken, or sung. And the accompaniment, the music accompaniment, is improvised, so it differs from performance to performance, and it can be played by different instruments. So to illustrate the purpose, let me play. I hope it will work. It was working for test, but let me play an example. You can see like the beginning of a recitativo section on Don Giovanni, where they will sing those lyrics, and I have annotated with a color, like in the blue color, it will be linked to the reference performance where the chords are played through the lyrics, and in red it will be the target performance. Let's play at the reference performance.
Mi par che abbiate un'anima di bronzo. Farà che sei grandonzo. Ascolta bene. Quando costei qui ieri, tu corri ad abbracciarla.
Okay, I hope it was good. Now we will listen to the target performance. So that's the live performance that we want to align to this reference performance that we just have listened to.
Mi par che abbiate un'anima di bronzo. Farà che sei grandonzo. Ascolta bene. Quando costei qui ieri, tu corri ad abbracciarla.
So that illustrates the complexity of that task, because between the 2 performances, we can highlight some tempo variations, some vocal styles, and so on. So to highlight this phenomenon, we have isolated all the recitative parts into a subset of the whole full-length opera that we call the recitative. And if we calculate the tracking error on the full length opera, or on only on the recitative subset, we can see that the performances are decreasing a lot on this recitative subset. So to answer that question and that problematic, we were focusing on the design of some recitative specific features. The feature that is used in the baseline are MFCCs, but originally used for tracking orchestral music, so with the range that you can see on the slide. But of course, because we are tackled recitatives, and we can focus more on the opera singing voice frequency range that is not fully inside the feature baseline, which can explain the errors. And of course, these features have to be robust to voice styles, such as speech, singing, and etc. So we can have inspiration from the speech to singing alignment domain. Then we were building like a feature search space in tuning some parameters such as the type of spectrum, the sampling rate, the number of MFCCs, discarding factors, and all of those parameters were tuned on one performance, which is Fisher, and evaluated on the other one, which is Maracord. So the first table that you can see on top is the feature grid search on the recitative subset conducted by Adam Fisher and using the Karajan performance as reference. And you can see the top 5. So you can see like the results of the baseline and the results of the top 5 scores using these new features. So we were using the best feature, and so we can see like some improvements. And we use the same features on to validate this feature on just the recitative subset conducted by the other opera, and we can see also like huge improvements. So now from both performances, the reference and the target, we extract music features and speech features. Then we have like 2 trackers, one related to recitative specific features, one related to music specific features. And then we are trying different ways to combine those 2 trackers. In the paper, you can see like we were evaluating different ways of combining those trackers, which gives great results on the performance that we were tuning those parameters, but it's not really powerful on the other performance. To conclude, on this paper, we were proposing a new method for opera tracking, proposing 2 trackers working in parallel, which is the combination based on music and speech classifiers. It gives like promising results thanks to the improvements in the recitative corpus, but not sufficient for, but the improvements were not shown in the full length opera tracking. So of course, the future work would be to target more those recitatives, maybe to investigate also on the phoneme recognition, because the lyrical content is the most important aspect in recitatives. And of course, increasing the dataset, because from now I'm just working on one opera, and maybe the diversity of all the operas that exist are bigger. Thanks a lot for listening to me, and thanks.
Thank you, Charles. Questions from the audience?
If no one has a question, I would have a few.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. This is a very intriguing research with promising results so far, but I was wondering, could you elaborate somewhat more on your motivation of the choice of those 3 recordings? Because you compare a mid-80s Karajan with 2 more contemporary performances. Can Karajan, maybe it's the second question, can Karajan still function as a reference recording for those 2 contemporary interpretations?
Totally. So first of all, the motivation to have chosen Don Giovanni is the fact that during this collaboration with the Vienna State Opera, we were able to record in a short time the Don Giovanni performance. Then they were providing a lot of recordings from more than 20 microphones on stage with plus the camera. So maybe in future work, I will also use the multimodalities in order to improve this tracking. Second of all, Karajan, of course, the reference is was recorded like a long time ago, but it's still powerful in the sense that all of the songs that were played in the live performances were also played in the Karajan performance. Also, in all of those operas, they are playing the same score, so there is not a lot of deviations from the scores, in the sense that they are playing the same notes, they have the same orchestra, the singers are singing the same lyrics, so there is not specific. There is not a lot of specificities concerning the decades they were produced. And Karajan, it's actually when you listen to all of those performances, they are really close in terms of structure. So that's why it works really better than using, for example, the synthesized version of a MIDI file, because like the synthesized sound is like way far from a live performance, and using a performance that has already been recorded beforehand provides good results.
Yeah, I can imagine that, and it won't take too long time. But the whole influence by the historic informed performance movement, and especially the improvisation in basso continuo.
Yeah.
Then it's 30 years basically of new insights in the opera performance.
Yeah, of course. And if those deviations are really shown on all the performances, it could be a problem, because how to align two performances that have differences, that would be a hard task.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, there is no question from my side. I'm just want to ask for presentation.
Yes, please go ahead, Milan. Yes. Please.
Yeah. Okay. So let me share the screen.
Yes.
So, Mr. Charles, yeah, can you? Yes.
So if
Yeah.
I understand correctly, you have now 38. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Mine is Milan Nemade, and my paper ID is 38. And my topic for presentation is a pilot study of Indian raga based music therapy for enhancement of chronic patient health condition. So good evening one and all. This is the contents of my presentation. Introduction. Diabetes is one of the major causes of premature illness and death worldwide. In southern India, study shows a 40% of increase in prevalence over a period of 6 years. Even International Diabetes Federation said there is a 5% of Indian population agnosis from diabetes, and it will rise to 123 million by 2040. Hypertension is a common clinical disease and major risk to human health. And globally, frequency of hypertensive patient increased to 29% by 2025. One study reveals that 89% of Indian population suffered from stress. So there are various parameters which will impact on medical health of a patient. Music is one of them. As said, Indian ragas will affect the emotions and moods of the individual. There are approximately about 4 lakhs ragas in Hindustani classical music. Many of them are repetitious but have different names. So here, a pilot study basically reveals that the raga music therapy will enhance health of diabetic, low BP, high BP, and stress chronic disease patients. Motivations. One experiment conducted on hypertension patient shows listening of low arousal music for 1 month will greatly reduce heart rate and mean arterial pressure compared to impact of drug. As we know, Raga Darbari, Raga Puriya, Raga Khamas, and Raga Kannada helps to solve mental stress problem of fits, as said in one of the paper. So Raga Mallar is also useful on asthma and sunstroke medical treatment, soothes anger and control mental in instability. Raga Jaijavanti helpful in comforting mind and curing mental disorder. So music therapy totally depends on right notations and properly use of nada, shruti, swara, raga, tala and laya elements. So basically here, four main diseases that commonly affecting on major patient health conditions, and those are nothing but diabetes, low BP, high BP and stress or hypertension. So our study basically reveals to identify uh, music raga therapy for these particularly diseases. Next, healing diseases and music raga therapy. So Raga, Bhagyashree and Jaijavanti work well for type 1 and type 2 diabetic patients. Medical patients recover fast compared to patient taking chemical drug by using Raga music therapy. One research paper said that frustration and stress cause hypertension and less concentration problem of patient in a day time if human body gets sufficient sleep that is required. Listening raga will overcome this problem and patient will get proper sleep and can avoid disease like hypertension. So this is basically raga details and disease treated. So here we have covered basically first three ragas used for treatment of diabetic patient. Raga Darbari, Raga Hindol, and Ahir Bhairav used for treating hypertension patient. Raga Todi and Raga Bhupali used for treating high BP patient. Raga Malkauns and Raga Asauri used for treating low BP patients. This is the summary of a previous work on Raga music therapy. Here, first paper basically treating diabetic patients. Author form here two groups of 50 patients of age 60 to 75 years. One group informed to listen raga music of their choice every day, half an hour for 3 months, and other groups not exposed to music. So it is observed that patient exposed to music found relaxed and happy. While in second experiment conducted by second paper author of diabetic for the diabetic patients, 59 type 2 diabetic persons of different age groups and different duration of diabetic exposed to listening of raga music for 30 minutes. It is observed that patient feel relaxed for the period the music was heard, and BSL also reduced. That means blood sugar level is also reduced. In third paper, MP3 player detect BP value with coupless measurement method, and BP value determine the type of music. So in this, 15 old persons exposed to listen selected music of raga, Air Bhairav or Todi results in improvement of hypertension. In the fourth paper, the hypertension patient heart rate and respiratory rate and mean arterial pressure parameters evaluated of 200 elderly hypertensive patients, and those are exposed to Raga Malkaun's classical music. So here observation is that positive mood changes of patient was recorded. In fifth paper, two groups form study and control group and exposed to 25 samples per group. So twice a week, 30 minutes, 30 times 15 minutes for a period of 3 months, reduction in value of systolic blood pressure after exposed to Raga Malkaun's music. In sixth paper, work indicates Raga music therapy for stress patient. In these, 3 electrodes placed in one of the brain lobe and EEG output recorded. Beta brain waves of stress patient changes to alpha brain waves and patient feels better. Similarly, in 7th and 8th electrode, in 7th paper, 8 electrode placed and reference to ear lobes. EEG output recorded after listening raga music for 30 minutes. Author observed visualized stress perception and EEG feature extraction using kernel density extraction method and MLP method. It reduces stress and obtain accuracy of emotions using neural network. So based on this review that we have seen so far, I'm going to recommend basically raga music therapy for enhancement of chronic patient health. The block diagram of this is shown here. This approach basically required 5 different modules: listening of raga music, blood pressure measurement module, diabetes BSL measurement module, EEG measurement module, and analysis of recorded data and monitor enhancement of chronic patient health condition. So as shown in the block diagram, before we applying this therapy, we recommend that patient should choose quiet and pleasant place of listening raga music. Patient should sit with a comfort of 5 minutes, and then this therapy can be applied to the patient. Here, basically, last block, which is shown like analysis of recorded data and monitor patient health, involved machine learning approach, because once database is going to be generated, then that database can be analyzed, and from that database we'll able to find out which raga is more effective for which kind of persons, which is having different diseases. So here basic BP and stress reduction model are mentioned in this slide. So patient will measure BP using e-health sensor shield, which is shown in the block diagram. Then the systolic and diastolic value sent to Arduino Uno processor and for further processing and displaying it on LCD screen. The entire layout structure shows that how the brain cell work and how raga music helps the human brain to reduce the stress, as shown in the second diagram. After recording stress level status of person corresponding to raga music shall be played to reduce the stress level of a person, which control the stress level of the subject. So here it was found that total 19 electrode, if we are use for this therapy, which cover the entire lobe of the head, then that will give accurate measurement of stress. Next figure shows basically a pattern of EEG signal. So there are, as we are aware of, there are 4 basic types: delta, theta, alpha, beta waves, and their frequencies are also mentioned.
You have to summarize your work, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please.
This is the diabetic BSL measurement that we can recommend. This is actually a proposed mobile app development process, which patient can use it remotely for using the raga music therapy. Discussion and future scope. So here, basically, on review literature, we came to know like there should be some unique method that patient can use it. Even though they are not able to approach particular hospital or for particular center for detection of diabetes, detection of blood sugar level, as well as detection of BP measurement. So remotely they can able to use some app, mobile app, and then they can able to monitor their health conditions. So by making use of machine learning technique in that, raga is most effective on different diseases patient, different age patients, and how the number of times the patient has listened the raga or music related to it. So this thing we can able to do that. Then remote monitoring is the most advantageous part of this review literature, which was not earlier found anywhere. So remote monitoring can be done, and that is helpful for different type of patients. And again, incorporating basically BSL measurement with stress measurement and affordable BP measurement in a one particular module that can used by the patient for monitoring their health conditions, including all the things that we have discussed so far. So that is what exactly the future scope, and this is the conclusion. Raga music therapy is need of day, since current advances in technology and rising of working load of human being is accompanied by stress. So review work will help medical practitioner to treat patient by injecting music stimulus, and resulting data analysis would be helpful to determine the improvising effect of patient health conditions. Raga music therapy method proposed here will enhance health of diabetic, low BP, high BP, and stress chronic disease patient by changing the timbre of human body. Patients have difficulties attending on-site raga music therapy may also participate in remote session method for raga music therapy, such as mobile app development process flow on a similar concept. That's all for my presentation. These are the references.
Thank you, Dr. Milan.
Thank you,
Any
sir.
question from the audience?
I might have a very obvious question, if I may.
Please. Yeah, please,
Yes,
please
sir.
go ahead.
Yeah, please, sir.
I assume your patients were Indian patients, so the obvious question would be, do you think that the raga music therapy also would work for Western patients who are not familiar with the raga? In other words, is this raga intrinsic, or is it also cultural dependent?
Yes, sir. Actually, things are like anyone though who wants to make use of music therapy should know basically the raga structure, and raga music actually he should be aware of. Another thing is that even though Western people are not aware of raga music and all that, but we can make it available on mobile app, and they can listen to that raga music. So this thing we can do, so that any persons, even though he is not aware of raga therapy or raga music, he will able to listen the songs, music ragas, and he will able to control his health conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So anything else, sir?
No, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience that happened in during my presentation. Yeah. Thank
May
you.
I ask a question?
No problem. We
May I ask a
go to
question?
the presentation number 53. Raya Paul, I saw he was present already. May I invite?
I have a question.
Yes, sir. Kaushik, please go ahead.
Well, what parameter you have taken? Because whatever I have heard that you referred different journals and their results.
Yeah.
What you have done? What is your experiment? And what parameters you
Sir,
have taken?
first of all, I have not done any experiment so far. This is just a
This
pilot
is your
study.
proposal.
Yes,
This
is
is your
my
just
proposal.
proposal.
Yes, and things are like different authors has used different parameters for analyzing the raga effect. But here I am proposing here subjective methods for.
Well, you suppose that these will be helpful for revealing the pains, isn't it?
This will definitely helpful to like if you are taking the case of diabetic patient
No, if
measurement
you
of blood
don't
sugar level
experiment,
measurement.
well,
Yeah.
if you don't experiment, how you come to this conclusion?
So yeah, conclusion is just on the basis of the mentioned thing in the previous papers, like raga, particular raga will going to affect the particular disease. So on that basis, I'm just promoting here. But then after experiment only I can prove it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I think we then now have to go to the next paper, number 53.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Please show us your PowerPoint. Welcome. Rayat Paul.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone present here. My name is Rajat Paul, and I am pursuing BCA from Nerim Group of Institution, Guwahati. And Professor Samudra Vijay K is a visiting faculty at IIT Guwahati. So today I will present our work on continuous speech recognition system on Bangla language. So the purpose of this paper is to present a Bangla continuous speech recognition system implemented using publicly available speech corpus, where the different acoustic model were trained by the open source software Kaldi, and the language model were trained with IRSTLM software. Here is the overview of the paper, overview of the topics which we are going to discuss in this presentation. So, what is speech recognition system? The simple definition is translates spoken utterance into text. For example, we can say Google Assistant, where the front end is the ASR engine. Everyone use Google Assistant nowadays. So if we speak something, first it writes, it translates into text, and then do the required orders things that are given by the user. So basically, the front end is an ASR engine. So here is the example of Cortana, which does the same. Spoken language resource. Bangla is also known as Bengali. A study shows that over 230 million speakers who speak Bengali language in Bangladesh and few states of India, which is shown in the map by this red circle. Bangla is the national language in Bangladesh and one of the official language in India. As India has many official language, this is the one of the official language in India. Glimpses of Bangla alphabets. These are the Bangla vowels. O, A, E, E, U, U. These are shown. These are the Bangla alphabets. So, what is vowels? Vowels are defined as the voice sound, which is formed when air passes through a mouth with a continuous stream without any obstacles in the mouth cavity. Uh, for example, if we say O, there is no obstacles in the mouth, so it's a vowel. But in case of consonant, it is totally different. If we say ta, ta is this alphabet. If we say ta, the air strikes into our teeth, so it's called dental. In the diagram, after lips, it's a teeth, the jawline. So here it's the air strikes and the ta sound comes. Basically, the Bangla alphabet sounds are similarly like Devanagari alphabets.
Yes, Rajat, go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yes. Speech data. In order to implement an ASR system, spoken language resources are very essential. As audio data with the corresponding utterance are the basic resource. So we collected data from publicly available free dataset, which are recently published by Google. The Bangla speech data is listed as the 53rd dataset in the website, and here is the URL below. Who are interested can go and search. This is the statistic of the data which we downloaded from the web. actually. There are 2,18,679 utterance along with the audio files. With the total number of speaker was 508, and we got the unique vocabularies, that is 55,644. The audio data was recorded with 16,000 hertz in mono channel, that is up to 210 hours. Here is the two photographs, that is the initial text corpus which we got after downloading the data, that is of three columns. The first column is a file ID, second column is a speaker ID, and third column is the Bangla sentences. But we have to modify this because Kaldi doesn't accept three columns. So we converted into two columns. We merge these two columns into one with the Perl script. So pronunciation dictionary. Pronunciation dictionary is also known as lexicon, which contains unique words, which is the phonetic representation of word which occurs in the audio file. So to create this pronunciation dictionary, we followed ILSL label, which is an Indian language speech label. Basically, the researcher also follows IPA. So there is a question that how to evaluate the performance of the ASR system. So the answer is with the help of WER. So what is WER? This is a word error rate. Word error rate is used to measure the performance of the ASR system. So with this arrow, we can say the lesser is the WER rate, the more is the accuracy of the ASR system. The ASR system can make three types of errors. These are deletion, insertion, and substitution. So what is substitution error? Substitution error, it replaces incorrect word by correct word. So below is the example. It's a Bengali sentence. I would like to read this. Aaj cricket khele kem hoy. Aaj cricket khele kem hoy. Kem is the incorrect word. So the correct sentence is aaj cricket khelle kemon hoy. Aaj cricket khelle kemon hoy. So here the red word is replaced by the correct word, that is kemon. So here is the insert. Sorry. Here is the insertion. In insertion, the correct word is added, that is not spoken by the speaker. And similar in deletion, if speaker speaks incorrect word between the sentence, then it will delete those words. So to how to calculate the WER of a system? So it is simple. So the sum of three types of error divided by the total number of the words in the system. If we want in percentage, then we will multiply by the 100. So as I mentioned before, we used Kaldi toolkit to design this ASR system. So Kaldi models the acoustic properties of a phone using HMM in the ASR system. The first acoustic model is monophone. When each phone is modeled by one HMM, is known as monophone. Similarly, when triphone model a phone whose left and right phones are pre-decided is called triphone. Generally, the triphone is a context dependent phone, which is implemented after realigning of training data with monophone. Actually, so we cannot train directly triphone. First, we will train monophone. After that, triphone. After that, so on we will go. So, as we know that the typical HMM has three states. When the probability density function associated with the state of HMM is modeled by GMM, such a system is called GMM HMM. And when the GMM is replaced by a subspace GMM, that is SGMM, the result of the system is SGMM HMM. So a little doubt is there. What is subspace GMM? It is the all phonetic states where a common where it share a common GMM actually. So this is the data distribution. We divide whole data into three roughly equal sets so that we can perform three cross validation afterwards and for other experiments as well. Experiments and results. These are the experiments we are going to discuss in this topic, in this presentation. It's a first one is a simple ASR system, which you'll see now. Baseline ASR system. A baseline ASR system were implemented using 4 types of acoustic model, excluding SGMM. A bigram language model was employed for language model, which was trained with text2 and text3. Actually, text2 and text3 is, I'd like to show you, this is the text2 and this is the text3. These two were the training set and this is the test set. So what is the result we got? The result is for monophone acoustic model, the W here is approx 50%, that is 49.2. And the least W here we got for tri-3 acoustic model, that is 22.8. Now we are going to see the effect of language model. So similarly, the same data set was used. The text2 and text3 were used in training set, and the text1 is used in the test set. Here we are going to employ the n-grams. So here we are going to employ the n-grams. The bigram language model in with monophone acoustic model gives 49.2 W here, whereas tri-3 gives 22.8, which is the result of previous experiment. But with the increasing number of n-grams, the W here decreases. That is, with the quadgram language model and the tri-3 acoustic model, the W here is 20.3, which is the best W here for this experiment. So here again a question arises, what is a trigram? So I would like to say one line at least. It is the probability sequence of 3 words. It is known as trigram, and the 4 word it is known as bigram. And similarly, 2 words is the probability sequence of 2 words. It is known as bigram. So for 3 cross validation, we distributed data into 3 parts, as I showed you, as I shown all of you before. So here you can see the blue text. This is the training set, which is used in baseline ASR. This is the test set, and these two are training set. In next fold, these two are training set. This is the test set. Similarly, in fold 3. So the best result for fold 1 is 5.6 with SGMM, and we can see the average, that is for monophone, that is 17.2, and the best result is 4.9. So in this language model, actually this language model was trained because the ASR reveals many words in the test data did not occur in the transcription of trained data. So we decided to train entire database with both data set, that is training data and test data. This is the result of training data and the test data. Both we trained actually. So the best result is this 17.2, and the 17.2 for monophone and 4.9 for SGMN. And this is the graph. This is the graph. Red line indicates the all transcription, that is both monophone, that is both training data and test data. And this is the only training data result for only training data, which was in the 3 cross validation, that is 37.9 and so on actually. So here is a summary of the topic of this presentation. Free Bangla data were used, which was released by the Google to train this ASR system. Actually, pronunciation dictionary lexion was created manually by following ILSL level. The baseline ASR system Tri-3 acoustic model has low WER, that is 22.8, and the lowest WER, that is 16.6, was achieved by the system using SGMM acoustic model. The WER of 16.6 could be further reduced to 4.9 using language model with the transcription of both training and test data. The word error rate of multiple speaker large vocabulary Bangla ASR system could be lower as 4.9 by using sophisticated acoustic model and language model. A DNN HMM acoustic model was expected, but for better performance, but we didn't use because it needs very much high computing power and it also consumes time. This could be the further research process. Even another option is that we can make end-to-end ASR system that does not use HMM or a pronunciation dictionary and directly outputs the characters corresponding to the input speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajat, for the presentation. Any questions from the audience? Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Then we go to the last paper of this afternoon, which is number 57. I don't know exactly who the presenter will be.
Anirban.
Anirban Patronovich.
Okay. Are you present, Anirban?
Is my slides are visible, sir?
Not yet. Not yet. Come up.
Not yet.
You come. Give it a few seconds.
You're already over time, so. Still no visual contact.
Yep, coming up, I think. Yes.
We have a launch.
Yeah.
Is it coming now, sir?
Yes. Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I am Anirban Patronovich, and topic of my presentation is style of vocal singer in Indian classical music, timbre approach. I am representing from Sir Sibaraman Center for Physics and Music, Jadavpur University. It's in Kolkata. Can sound of a vocalist be qualified by timbre? Can we identify style of a vocalist from timbre? This is the main objective of our study. Our objective is to identify the timbre characteristics of vocal sound signal of some of the eminent vocalists in Indian classical music, and we just tried to find out the styles of those artists from those timbre structures. Human brain with little learning or those who are well trained, they can easily identify the style of a singer. But what about the amateur listener or the new learners? I think it's impossible for them to recognize the style of a singer simply. There are various cues are there, and one of my colleague has already presented about one of the style like ornamentation or alankaran. There are various others like pause or silence, melodic pattern, varieties of terms, but in this presentation I will just concentrate on the timbre only. We have chosen 4 ragas: Bhairab, Todi, Darbari Kannada and Miyaki Malar. 20 eminent singers in Indian classical music. All of them has sung all these 4 ragas, and those have been recorded. Actually, we have got it from the archive of ITC SRA. Only the alap part. Alap means the vocal part without the rendition, vocal part of the rendition without any accompaniment like tabla or any other musical instruments. Partial to partial characteristics were studied from the LTS of the signal. Here in this slide, you see some timbre parameters. What timbre parameters we have chosen for this study? Actually, the music sound may have 3 dimensions. One is production, second is the acoustic signal properties, and third one is the perception. We are just trying to discuss about the production aspect, which deals with the timbre parameters, and they must have interrelationship among all these 3. So among the timbre parameters, first one is the spectral centroid, which is average frequency weighted by the amplitude. Odd even energy, that is the measure of energy distribution of an even and odd harmonics, and is a subjective sensation of the fullness of a sound. The formulas are showing over here. Next one is the irregularity, which is actually the measure of spectral smoothness. It is the measure of smoothness of a spectrum. It is an indicator for partials belonging to the same sound source, and single higher intensity partial is more likely to be perceived as an independent sound. This one is a very important timbre aspect, which is tri-stimulus. It's a descriptor for the spectral energy distribution, and it is used for analyzing the transient behavior of the musical sound and for classification of musical timbre. It has 3 parts: tri-stimulus 1, which we call it as T1, tri-stimulus 2, which we call it as T2, and tri-stimulus 3, we'll call it as T3. T1 is actually the spectral energy distribution for the fundamental. T2 is actually the descriptor for the spectral energy distribution of the next 3 harmonics, or rather we say second, third and fourth harmonics. And tri-stimulus 3 is the descriptor for the spectral energy distribution of the other higher partials, fifth harmonics onwards. And the next one is brightness, that determines the location of the mean of the energy distribution on the frequency quantity. Next one, the jitter. It is actually the perturbation in frequency. It is actually the measure of perturbation in frequency. It is a cycle to cycle variation of the fundamental frequency, that is the average absolute difference between the consecutive periods. And shimmer, that is the measure of perturbation of amplitude, and it is expressed as the variability of the peak to peak amplitude. Now let's come to the experimental results part. As we have as I said, we have chosen 20 singers, and each of them have sung 4 ragas. means 80 total we have samples. And the first, this figure is showing the T1, T2, T3 odd even irregularity. You see the in the graphs you will find the name of the author. We have not given the full name of the author because they are quite famous, and so we have abbreviated their names and followed by the raga. Like Ami Vai means Ami is the name of the author, and Bhai means the Vairav, Dar, Darbari, Mia, Miyakimalar, and Todi means Todi. So, name of the singer followed by the raga. So, over here you see that the artist like ARU, ARS, Ami, ATK, Fal, San, Mas, these artists uh, have similarity in parameters, timbre parameters like T1, T2, T3, spectral centroid, odd even relationship. Means the energy of all frequency partials are higher for means all these signals. Odd and even partials are almost overlapping each other. And we can say uniqueness lies in the fundamental mid frequency and high frequency partials. The variation of the frequency component are very little in all these renderings. So they have some sort of uniqueness in timbre parameters like T1, T2, T3, spectral irregularity and odd even relationship. Next, over here you see some similarity in T1, T3, odd even and irregularity for these four artists like Sab, Saf, Sun and Zai. They have odd even partials are almost overlapping. From the graph we can visualize. Uniqueness lies in the fundamental and high frequency partial, not in the mid frequency partials. The variation of the frequency component are very little. They almost they look almost same. Next one, here the similarity in T1, T3, odd and even for the three artists ABD, NIR and SUC. So among these three artists, fundamental and high frequency partials are the unique in timbre characteristics. Energy pumped up in the high frequency partials for them. Dissimilarity is observed in the mid frequency partials. Odd even partials are almost similar and unique for them. Here, like artists like AJ, AJO, ANI, WAS, these three have similarity found in T3, odd and even, not in others. They have high frequency partials are unique. Odd even partials are similar, but not the other parameters. Here, like some like ARN, ONK, ULH. You see these two artists, ONK and ULH, they have least timbral characteristics, least timbral similarity for these two artists. And about ARN, timbral similarity is observed in T1, T2, T3 and odd even, not in irregularity or in any other parameters. So odd even partials for them are very close. Frequency components are very similar. in those renderings. Now you see at the leftmost corner, brightness is another parameter, which is the measure of actually the centroid of the amplitude, or we may say that it is a measure of intensity of the partial of the signal. And uniqueness in brightness is observed in only 4 artists like ABD, ATK, ULH and FOL, not in other artists. This is the centroid, and it is only for the very little means similarities found for the only SAF. The spectral centroid, it is actually the measure of center of gravity of the frequency component in the signal, and the uniqueness found only in the signal of the artist SAB. Sorry. Now this is a table showing the jitter and shimmer values of all the ragas, and you see their red marks are the perturbation in pitch and amplitude are very similar in all the 4 signals for the artist FAL, FOL and SAN. In both the category of jitter and vocal characteristics is unique for these 2 artists. So it is definitely a timestamp for these 2 artists. It's an important cue. Both the perturbation in pitch and amplitude in all the 4 signals of the artist ULH. You see, ULH is marked with blue color over here. They are also very high compared to the other artists. So the jitter and shimmer values are quite high for this artist only compared to the other artists. And another you see in the artist was SN. Similarity in perturbation in pitch and amplitude are also observed in 4 signals of SAN. But for rest of the artists, they do not have that much of similarity. We do not find any that kind of similarity for the other artists. So those artists like FAL, SAN, or ULH, this is the very much uniqueness. They have some uniqueness in their voice characteristics. Now the standard deviation of the irregularity among partial, the first graph, it is showing that from the graph it is clear that the higher level of spectral smoothness is observed in the signal of the artist ABD, AMI, ANI, ARN, ARS, ARU, these 6 artists. This means the spectral envelope of the vocal sound signal of these artists are almost continuous. Again, spectral roughness is observed for those artists like ATK, AJO, FOL, MAS, NIV, ONK. There are so many. SAB, SAF, SAN, SAK, SHAN, ULH, WS, ZAI. So all these artists have some sort of spectral roughness are showing. The spectral energy is uniform for 4 signals of the 6 artists like ABD, AMI, ANI, ARN, ARS, ARE. Minimum irregularity in amplitude of the partials is an important voice quality for these 6 artists. And at the same time,
Anirban, you have to summarize.
And close to end, sir. Spectral energy is uniform in all the 4 signals of those 3 artists like ATK, FOL and SAN. So that is also an important cue for style identification. The second diagram is the standard deviation of the frequency per partial. The smoothness in frequency is measured by this by this property, that like a frequency per partial number. Similarity among four signals found in ABD, mass, ATK, SN, sun, fall, xi. So from this graph also we can get some unique characteristics of the sound signals of those artists. Now we are coming to the conclusion. Higher timbre similarity is observed in the signal of fall and ATK. Little timbre similarity is observed in the signal of the artist ONK. Unique spectral centroid is observed for SAF only. Like this way, we can from the timbre characteristics, from the timbre aspect, from the timbre study, we can clearly get the idea of, we can identify the style of an vocalist. So timbre is definitely a style stamp, definitely a cue to identify the style stamp of a vocalist in Indian classical music. These are the references, and thank you all for your patience hearing.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, since there are no questions, we can conclude the session. I would request Professor Emily to please summarize the session.
Oh, I didn't prepare for that. I didn't prepare for preparation because we were so way out of time. I think it's better to shut it off now, close it off, and I really thank all the participants for their contribution. And it's always difficult in those different time zones and the difficulties with all the digital challenges here to get it online. And there were some misunderstandings. There was in a way also amusing and encouraging to do that. But I will continue with a few of you to discuss the content of the papers. I think that's a better idea for now. I wish you a pleasant evening, and it's still here, a lot of work to do. It's still daylight here. And I see you tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. And can Shyamapada Mukherjee please conclude the session?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody, for mainly the session chairs, Professor P.K. Das from IIT Guwahati and Professor Emily from Netherlands. You have given your valuable time here for our conference. So thank you for spending your time. And I thank all the participants and best wishes for their future work. Okay. So now this is our second session today, first day. So we conclude here. If anybody wants to share anything like from participants, you can share also. This is a good platform that how can we improve this conference also if you feel anything. So from participants. Okay, so I think everything went well. We hope. So thank you.
Yes. Okay,
now
thank you.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Bye.
you, Professor Das, Professor
Thank you.
Emilia.
Thank you.
For being with us. I can also see Professor Solar is also with us, and Dr. Michel will hear him tomorrow. Okay, over to Molaya, madam.
Thank you everyone for being with us. Tomorrow we will start our keynote session at 9:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Sanghamita Mohanty. Hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you and namaskar. Thank you so much. Bye, sir.